Well, it is now time to start the open session before the closed session. May we have a roll call?
Councilmember Bonner? Is absent. Councilmember Brown?
Here.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Presente.
Councilmember Robinson?
Here.
Councilmember Wilson. Sorry.
That's okay. Here.
Councilmember Zepeda
Here.
and Mayor Martinez.
Here.
During closed session, the council will discuss the following items. Item C1, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation. There's one case. Item C2, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation. Guillermo Gomez versus John Temple et al. Item C3, conference with labor negotiators, agency representatives, Sharon Taylor, Jack Hughes, and Lisa Charbonnet. Employee organizations, SEIU Local 1021, full-time and part-time units, IFPTE Local 21 mid-level management and executive management units, Richmond Police Officers Association, Richmond Police Management Association, IAFF Local 188, and Richmond Fire Management Association. Under item C4, Public Employee Performance Evaluation, title City Attorney. We have one request to address the council. Cordell Handler, you'll have 2 minutes.
So, good afternoon, Mayor Martinez, council. Let me go into the matters at hand. So, as far as labor negotiators, these unions have put in a lot of time and effort to make Richmond a great place to work and play. So when you go in there, think about all these hard-working individuals that have these organizations. They have worked tirelessly. They have not had a raise in 5 or 6 years. So when you go in there, think about what I just said. They have done a lot for Richmond. And then as far as the performance evaluation, Dave Alshire has done a terrific job. Why? Because he will make sure that this council is in line with your priorities and your goals for the 2025 years. So when you go in there, think of all the hard work that him and his staff have put in, to making sure that the agenda packets are lined in a timely manner, and I'll just leave it at that.
And there are no other public speakers.
Okay. No one online?
No.
All right. In that case, we are closing open session to retire into closed session. we're beginning the special meeting of the Richmond Housing Authority. Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America
and to the republic for which stands one nation,
under God,
indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Roll call.
Commissioner Bonner is absent. Commissioner Brown,
Here.
Commissioner Jimenez,
Presente.
Commissioner Robinson,
Here.
Commissioner Wilson,
Here.
Commissioner Zepeda,
here.
and Chair Martinez.
Here.
Our next item, statement of conflict of interest. Are there any? Hearing none. The next item is a report from the Executive Director.
KCRT, can you please bring up the PowerPoint? Next slide, please. Good evening, Commissioners. Richmond Housing Authority currently has 4 requests for proposals posted: general plumbing services, general residential electric services, and gutter replacement. All were posted on January 6th and are expected to expire on January 31st. We have 3 additional RFPs that will be posted soon. One will be for physical needs assessment, parking lot lights for Nystrom, and sidewalk repairs. Next slide, please. Currently, we have 33 vacant units at Nystrom Village. Out of these, 5 units have sustained extensive damage from fires in previous years, and 2 units exhibit structural damage. Our staff is prioritizing the renovation of units based on the length of vacancy, with the objective of completing 2 renovations per month, contingent on the physical condition of each unit. Next slide, please. The next units slated for renovation are located on South 15th Street and Florida Avenue. Next slide, please. Both units require significant repairs, including extensive damage caused by electrical wiring issues, the removal of copper and plumbing, and sloping floors in both bathroom and living rooms. Additionally, the kitchen ceilings indicate that there is a potential roof leak. Next slide, please. Given the severity of the damage, we estimate that renovations will take approximately 60 days, with a 2-person team assigned to each unit. For any task beyond the team's capabilities, we will engage a qualified contractor. Next slide, please. As you can see, these are more pictures of the missing plumbing and the damage done to the unit on Florida Avenue. Next slide, please. And here are more pictures where you can see that the electrical breaker boxes are missing, things in the wiring is pulled out, and where the ceilings are caving in the units. So on January 16, 2025, we conducted our kickoff meeting with the selected development partners, Gorman & Company and Novin Development Corporation. Following that, today, we participated in a site walkthrough with the development team to further assess the project. Next slide, please. Nevin Plaza 1 is currently under rehabilitation construction and has a projected completion date of March 2025 with a total of 140 units. Next slide, please. And here are pictures of one of the renovated units at Nevin Plaza 1. Next slide, please. On December 17, 2024, the RHA Board of Commissioners approved the execution of the Land Disposition and Development Agreement, LDDA, for 76 units on Nevin Plaza 2. With the agreement signed, we have initiated the entitlement process and begun site testing. Next slide, please. And here are more pictures from the site testing that has been taking place this week. And that concludes my director's report for this evening.
Thank you. Next item.
Our next item,
I'm sorry? Yes, no, go ahead.
So just some questions about Nevin, not Nevin, Eastern Village.
Yes.
It feels like that it will take quite some time to repair all of the 33 units. And
Yes.
Yeah, and I do wonder if, the longer we have these units sitting open, it looks like people are coming in and stealing everything that they could possibly steal. And I'm wondering if the length of time we have them open actually will make it even, the problems that we need to repair will be worse.
So we do have the units boarded up with metal plates. So there's metal plates on the doors, and there's metal plates on the windows. And you have to open it with a skeleton key, and only two persons on our staff have those keys. So that has helped us prevent from people going in and squatting and stealing the copper and plumbing out of the units.
So the theft of copper happened before those
Before,
metal
yes.
grates went up? So
Yes.
you don't feel that more damage will happen? Like you said, there was also damage to roofs, where it's possibly leaks and other things.
The damage to the roofs happened previously. So the two units that we are going to prepare to flip have been vacant for a very long time.
Okay. I'm just wondering if there's any, or if there would be any benefit to expediting the renovations? Like if we put more people on it, or, had a bigger contract or something, instead of having 2 people on it and having it take 60 days. But if we had a larger effort to do them faster, would that be a benefit? We get more, because I'm also concerned, because I know that, that we actually need people in those units in order to retain the vouchers. And so, I guess in my mind, it seems like it would be a good thing to just get a big crew out there and fix them all within 60 days, I'm wondering, is there a benefit to taking so much time to do it?
Well, that's one of the reasons why we have the RFPs out for the electrical and the plumbing, because part of the unit renovation plan is that to have them come in and give us bids on particular units so that they can help my team with the workload. So it's not just going to be the solely 2-person team. We can also bring in qualified vendors to do some of the work for us as well, to try to expedite the unit turns. So it'd be.
Yeah, if I may, Director Robinson, I think what Ms. Terrell is indicating is that in the past, it has been difficult for us to get a contractor on board who would provide a reasonable bid to do a turnkey, essentially what we would simply call like a turnkey flip. To get the unit back online quickly. Those have been extremely cost prohibitive. So the approach, based on Ms. Terrell's experience, is essentially to bring contractors online that have specific expertise, and then have them work on those specific trades in order to expedite. But we can certainly, as we get the RFP responses back, we can certainly come back to council next month with an update and indicate if we think there should be some pivot or a combination thereof. But it has been extremely challenging historically, and also because now RHA is doing much better with issuing payments, but in the past, when we were trying to, before our arrival, when they were trying to get contractors, the payment turnaround terms are also somewhat challenging, and it's also challenging to get people that want to provide the necessary paperwork if you're receiving federal funding.
Yeah. I'm sitting here trying to do the math on 33 units, 2 units, 60 days. Like, how long is that going to take to renovate all these units?
No, I mean, you're making an excellent point. It also, as we're thinking about the mid-year budget, if, we can certainly try to identify ways if the city council potentially wants to provide a greater subsidy to RHA to help, increase the budget to bring on additional units faster. That's something that we could also
When you
explore.
come back next month, I'd really like to understand what that length of time would be to renovate all the units, because we want people in those units so we have as many vouchers as possible when this, goes to the full kind of project when we hand it over to Novus and those guys. And also, there's a timeline that's happening with that kind of transition as well. So we don't have all the time in the world to get those units back in line and to get people back in those units so we have the full vouchers. There is an exact timeline. So when you come back, if you could have those those facts as well to make sure, like, my goal would be to have every unit that we can have. Of course, some may not be savable, the ones that are really burnt. But every unit that we can have renovated and filled so that we can ensure as many low-income housing vouchers as possible go into the new project.
No, absolutely.
If I
Understood.
can, if I can add, Councilmember Robinson and the whole commission, we have been trying to balance renovating with vacant units and the number of vouchers for the past couple of years. Some of the concern is that some of the needs assessment have been in upwards of $50,000 to, or more for the renovation of the units, and whether or not we want to spend that money for units that are going to be totally demolished over a period of time. So that's been the balancing. And also, we plan initially to relocate the families from Block A onto the remaining sites while the demolition of phase one on Block A, we were going to relocate the families. So there's been a lot of, consideration regarding these 33 units, but HUD has really been working with us to occupy the units and developing a timeline. But the consideration is also the money that needs to be spent.
I mean, I do feel like each one of those vouchers is actually worth a lot of money over time. And maybe the near-term investment is actually worth that long-term return of a voucher for the project that sits with the project for many years to come. And that housing, right, for people who really, really need it at that extremely low income rate. Anyway, if you could come back with kind of these things spelled out in the report, I'd really appreciate it.
Thank you, we will.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember.
I'm sorry, Vice Mayor Jimenez.
Thank you. I am the vice mayor. Okay. Thank you, Councilmember Robinson. I think, like, for me, one of the thing is that with this new administration, I share the same concern of Councilmember Robinson in terms of, are we going to have more vouchers, or they are going to be depleted and not having more? So I think, like, also next month, if you can have some ideas of projected voucher that we will have, will be great. And again, it's just with this new administration, we don't know if actually these are priorities and vouchers are going to be available as we had before. Thank you.
Will do.
Commissioner Cepeda.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the presentation. A couple of questions. Can you remind us, how many bedrooms are these homes?
1, 2, and 3 bedrooms.
1, 2, or 3? Thank you. And you were saying the cost to renovate is about $50,000.
Yes.
And it's all in the definition. So I'm now looking for a definition. To renovate, is it just fixing something inside? And can we, by doing that, can we keep the voucher? But also, if we were to, let's say there's some of them that are they're burnt or they're very badly damaged, can we remove them and put something new there? And would that keep us with the voucher?
No. So essentially, the way that our process is working with HUD is that there's 100 units at the site. And when the final application is submitted to HUD and we have an agreement with the developer on the proposed terms that's been ratified by this board and the application submitted, then they will tell us, okay, based on this period of time, they do a look back. This is all according to the current rules, right? We don't know if the rules are going to change because we're in a shifting environment. So then theoretically, if at the time that the application is submitted and it's reviewed by HUD, then maybe hopefully we have, let's just say, 79 units occupied. Then over the last, let's say, 2 years, then they would provide 79 vouchers would be included in the financing as what would be the subsidy for the new developer. And so that's why we're trying to get to as high as possible. So then that way, for the future financing, we have the highest rent.
So let me-
That could basically make sure that the new development is able to be financially sustainable.
So let me just re-ask that question. So, because if I go and I Google for tiny homes, you can get a brand new tiny home for $20,000.
No,
So
that's
whatever's burnt there that we can't use, can we just demolish it, put a new one, and then count it as one of the original 100?
No,
we
that's
cannot.
not currently how it works. And also, these are historic structures, and so we're retaining some of them. You may recall from the previous presentation. So, no. And then demolition also creates another opportunity in terms of remediation and, site security and all of those things. But these are all really good ideas, and but we have to follow the exact guidelines provided by HUD.
But are the guidelines that you cannot remove something that's completely burnt down or
We
unusable?
cannot remove it.
That's correct. You cannot remove them from inventory unless it qualifies under HUD's rules. So in the HUD system, it has 100 units. And unless you get special permission to remove that unit or the building, you cannot remove it from the inventory. They all have to be removed at the same time.
Yeah, so not to remove them, but to replace them, because it sounds like we have 100 and maybe 75 might be what's usable going forward. So that means there's 25 that we can't use. Those 25, we can't use them for a particular reason, probably because they're unlivable. So I'm saying those 25, going in there, removing those, putting a brand new house for $20,000, and now we have 100 that
No,
we
we
can move
cannot.
forward.
Yeah, unfortunately, the guidelines don't, that have, the process that's been outlined to us by HUD, that is unfortunately not how it works, but we'd be happy to ask our technical assistance provider with HUD to provide the regulations, and we'll share that with the board, and we'll ask them if there's been any instance where there has been a replacement, but to our knowledge, not at this juncture, but we're happy to follow up and ask.
Yeah, if we can, please, because if the capacity is 100 and we're only doing 75.
I was using that as like an anecdotal example because
Yeah.
I don't want to say we're going to have 100. We'd love to actually have 100 occupied, but trying to be thoughtful that, as some of the board members have suggested, we want to do this as expeditiously as possible.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you. No
Thank
other
you.
questions.
Just one more quick. So I just did the math really quick, and at our current rate, it would take over 2 years to renovate all of the homes, all of the units. I really do feel like, the cost of unhoused, trying to get somebody who's unhoused put into some kind of even temporary housing is so much more expensive than the renovation of these units. If we can kind of look at this in context, look at how long our lists are for people who are waiting for affordable housing, and really just prioritize getting this done faster rather than having it take over 2 years to get these units back online.
I second that.
All right. Do we have any public speakers?
We don't have any public speakers under the executive director's report. If they would like to speak, they could speak under public comment.
Okay. Well, I'd like to take a minute to apologize to the council members, to the commissioners, because of my need to rush through this. I've broken decorum and I've broken protocol. I've been rude in my eagerness to move us forward, and I want to apologize for that. And I've broken, excuse me, I've broken decorum by not allowing questions and having to be reminded that that we do have that spot for questions. So, and then I get flustered and then call the vice chair, vice mayor, and I mean, it's just words, names, but we do need to be focused, and my apologies. So I guess we can move on to the next item.
Next item is agenda review. Any changes to the Housing Authority agenda? Okay, hearing none. Next, we'll move on to the Housing Authority public comment. We do not have any in-person speakers. If there's anyone online that would like to address the council under the Richmond Housing Authority consent calendar, public comment, please do so at this time. Raise your hand. Okay, no speakers. Next, we need approval of the Housing Authority, and we only have one item there. That's item M1, as-needed legal services contract with Edrington, Shimmer, and Murphy LLP.
I'll move the item.
I will second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Zepeda, a second by Chair Martinez. We'll take a vote. Commissioner Brown,
Yes.
Commissioner Bonner,
Yes.
Commissioner Jimenez,
Yes.
Commissioner Wilson,
Yes.
Commissioner Robinson,
Yes.
Commissioner Zepeda,
Yes.
and Chair Martinez.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
With that, this special meeting of the Richmond Housing Authority is adjourned, and we will begin the regular meeting of the Richmond City Council. Roll call.
Hold on one second. Councilmember Bonner,
Here.
Councilmember Brown,
Here.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Presente.
Councilmember Robinson,
Here.
Councilmember Wilson,
Here.
Councilmember Zepeda,
Here?
and Mayor Martinez.
Presente.
And just for the record, we do not have a vice mayor at this time. We're going to vote for one, but we do not have a vice mayor.
Okay. My hat is,
Sorry.
I throw my hat.
Okay, statement of conflict of interest, are there any? Hearing none. Item R is the election of a new vice mayor. The Richmond City Council shall elect from among its members a vice mayor to serve for 2025. In the absence or disability of the mayor, the vice mayor shall serve as the mayor. The vice mayor shall serve also represent the mayor upon the mayor's request. The vice mayor shall serve for a term of 1 year, so the entire year of 2025.
All right. Public comment on this item may be allowed under open forum, and we need nominations for vice mayor.
I would like to nominate Councilmember Cepeda for Vice Mayor.
Okay, Cepeda's been nominated. Do we have any others? If not, then let's vote.
You need a second?
Second.
Oh, a second. Thank you.
Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Bonner,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson,
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson,
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda,
I think so, yes.
and Mayor Martinez.
I know so, yes.
The vote is unanimous. All right, now we have a vice mayor.
New vice mayor.
Okay, our next item is agenda review. And we have a request to remove item, W7A, and that's to approve a third contract with amendment with Flock Group Incorporated. Is that correct? And there was also a correction. Councilmember Bonner, would you like to?
Yes. Thank you very much. So I would like to add for item 7.2B to have the word presentation, so it would read, direct the staff to present and provide the summary. Item W2B, I don't want it to be just a written report. I hope there will be a presentation so the council gets to ask questions. Thank you.
Mayor, if I may,
Yes,
is
please.
it okay, Councilmember Ribana, for W2B also, if it depends on what's on the agenda, because we're coming into mid-year and then the budget cycle? So I just want to make sure that the council is mindful that we'll have a lot of presentations coming before council. So in the event that there's a challenge with scheduling, we'll confer.
I believe it's an important item. I would like there to be even a summary presentation if possible, because I think it's important for the city council to ask questions so we can approve budget if needed.
So I actually have been struggling because I feel like there's some things that we could discuss or should discuss about that item. And I think it would actually benefit from a little discussion. So I would like to actually request that we pull W2B as well as W8C for discussion.
W8C, like Charles. 8C, like Charles. Metropolitan here? Transportation.
And I just wanted to say, if it's okay, that Councilmember Robinson has been communicating extensively with staff before pulling this item.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to, but that's a courtesy.
Okay, so once again, the items being, they're being pulled.
W8C, W7A, and W2B like boy.
And W
2B like boy,
2B,
under
or
city
not to
council.
be. Okay. Next item?
Our next item is a report from the city attorney of decisions made during closed session.
Yes, thank you. The items on the closed session agenda, the first item, C1, which is potential to initiate litigation. We gave a status report on that. There was no reportable action taken. Item 2C, which was considering the lawsuit of Gomez versus Temple, that item was not discussed. The item concerning labor negotiations, we gave a status report on one item. The matter was not completed, so it continued to a future meeting. And the evaluation city attorney, that also was not performed. So that concludes the closed session report.
Our next item is a report from the city manager.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez, members of the Richmond City Council and Richmond community. Good evening. Slide number 1, please, KCRT. Just want to briefly recap our wonderful MLK Day of Service that took place yesterday, our upcoming New Year luncheon, and some grant opportunities for our residents to consider applying for. Next slide. Yesterday, we celebrated the 18th annual MLK Day of Service event, which brought together volunteers, community-based organizations, including faith-based organizations, student groups, environmental groups, UC Berkeley students, the Richmond Youth Fire Academy, local residents, city staff, and many others on the Richmond Greenway. You can see at the bottom of the flyer there all the great organizations, many of whom are listed there, for the work that they did in honor of Dr. Martin Luther King's legacy to support community-driven projects. The participants engaged in planting native trees and plants, community art installation, and they cleaned up along the Greenway in Unity Park. The event fostered unity and civic pride while emphasizing the importance of collective action for positive change. Please advance to the next slides for photos of the event. And there are many, many staff that are engaged in preparing for this event, along with many nonprofit partners. And want to thank all of those staff members and community-based organizations that assisted with preparation and making this a really great event. The list is exhaustive, and so it was definitely a huge lift for everyone involved, and just want to thank everyone who participated. Every year it's getting bigger and bigger. Next slide. Upcoming, please join us with our Community Services Department to celebrate the Year of the Snake. The celebration will take place on Saturday, February 1st from 1 to 3 p.m. at the Richmond Library. There will be entertainment, a presentation regarding the history and much more, and light refreshments will be provided. This event is open and free to the public. If you would like more information, please call 510-620-6793. And our next slide is regarding grant opportunities. We have the Environmental and Community Investment Agreement grants. These fund activities for sporting events, community youth programs, and youth sports. The deadline to submit an application is Sunday, February 9th at 11:59 p.m. We also have the Environmental Community Investment Agreement Community Services Department mini grants. The deadline for that application is also on February 9th at 11:59 p.m. Those activities must take place at a recreation facility. So as you can see, we're strongly encouraging partnerships. We also have an opportunity for residents who are in need of a sewer lateral replacement. We annually budget for the sewer lateral grant program. Right now, there's approximately $175,000 remaining. There's approximately, the grants are up to $1,800, and they provide reimbursements for costs associated with the sewer line replacement. For additional information, please call 510-620-5509. All of this information is also provided in the city manager's weekly report, which can be accessed from our city website. Thank you.
Our next item is open forum, and this is an opportunity to give public comment to the council on items that remain on the consent calendar or items that are not on the agenda. Just as a reminder, items W7A, W2B, and W8C have been removed from the consent calendar and will be called later in the agenda. And if you would like to address the council on those items, you have to wait for those items to be called. We ask that you please keep your comments respectful. You'll have 2 minutes to address the council. We have a total of 5 speakers. Anyone that would like to address the council under open forum, please raise your hand at this time if you're joining us online. The in-person speakers, Cordell Hindler, Don Gosney, Sherry Norris, Mark Wasberg, Jamin Purcell. One lady. She left. Okay.
Okay, so good evening, Mayor Martinez, council. First of all, I do want to thank the mayor's office for bringing these appointments forward, because I've been listening to it every time. It's like we need more people to step up to these boards and commissions. It's very helpful because they want to learn more about what each commission does. So I do want to thank you for that one. So that's one. Second is, if you recall a few months back when we had Sarah Wally to present to us about the Richmond Main Street, I find that her presentation was inspiring. It was wonderful. And I'm like, I never knew that Richmond Main Street even existed till I learned about the history of it. So that's two. And then the two more things, and I'm gonna stop right there. So the third thing is that we're gonna talk about prioritizing things. So if you recall, when we had the Friends of the Circle Creek folks came, they had to wait till their item be heard at 11 o'clock. And I said, that's a no-no. They work hard, and it's like, and they want to present to you all. So when you do agenda review, if you have speakers that are coming to make a presentation to you all, you need to honor their time. Move them up. Not have them at the bottom, move them up. 3, and then the fourth one is for a future agenda request that I have mentioned this before, is to reinstate these standing committees, because I looked at other jurisdictions around us, and as far as I know, Berkeley, they meet on a monthly basis. They have standing committees that meet on a monthly basis, and they discuss things that are affecting their city. So if Berkeley can have standing committees, the city of Richmond should do the same thing. And with that, Don Gosney, it's all yours.
Don Gosney?
Good evening. 2 weeks back, when an effort was made to slip an 80% council pay raise through by inserting it into the consent calendar, staff went to great lengths to keep me from pulling it, to bring it to the attention of the public, the media, and even those of you who say you were ignorant of the issue. Let me make this clear. My concerns aren't about the actual money. As a union steam fitter, we negotiate total packages for our members 10 times what we pay our elected officials. My concern has to do with the process. In cities like Richmond, our council is set up where local volunteers step up to apply for a part-time job. The pay is notoriously low. Even the mayor's position is considered a half-time job. Up until recently, one of our newly elected council members was unaware of any pay. But now that our 2 new council members think that what they've been doing this past week warrants an 80% wage increase, the optics of this maneuver makes our city look corrupt. We have a small group of empowered city employees that are putting themselves up for an 80% wage increase, and then they're the ones voting on whether to give themselves the raise. Putting it bluntly, this just doesn't pass the smell test. Resolutions like this require a first reading and then is brought back for a second reading and a vote. With this resolution, though, when it came up for a first reading, every single council member made it crystal clear that no matter what they might be said by someone like me, they were going to vote to give themselves that raise. I wonder how many of them stood in front of a mirror telling themselves that even though they rarely respond to correspondence, reply to emails, or speak to those of their constituents they disagree with, they still deserve this whopping pay raise. When the county's Board of Supervisors tried the same maneuver a few years back, they finally brought in an independent third-party team to compare what the soups do and how their wages compared to what those of other soups in different counties. They came back with a recommendation that, as it turns out, pretty much everyone could get behind. But our elected officials want to ignore the comparable charts they're so fond of that might have given them a raise considerably more than what they value themselves getting, and instead are just looking at each other and claiming that, well, we all know what we're doing is worth so much more than any other elected part-time council member in the state. I said, by the way, this doesn't pass the smell test either. Anybody got a can of air freshener?
Sherry Norris?
I'd like to know why you people told me you were going to help me find me a place to live and try and put me in an apartment complex with mentally deficient people, such as paranoid schizophrenia, manic depressant, bipolar. I'm none of this. I do not need supervision like that. There was no stove, no oven in there, 2 burners, a microwave, and a refrigerator comes up to the counter? Are you kidding me? Not even an apartment. It was a damn studio. I don't like having my bedroom in my kitchen. I was led to believe that you guys were going to help me get a place to move into, not try and lock me up with a bunch of crazies. I may have issues, but you know what? Never have I been diagnosed with any serious mental deficiency, nor have I ever been put on any medication for it. So I do not appreciate, the little innuendo there, well, just lock her up. No, I will find an attorney. That I promise you I will do. You are not going to step on my rights. I am a human being and I have
Excuse me,
rights.
Sherry.
You know what?
Sherry, can you get back
Wrong.
to the microphone, please?
Wrong. And you know what? I hope
Sherry.
one of you have nothing but the worst luck. I can't wait to start. I'm going to pray to God to make sure you all have heart attacks or fucking strokes.
Mark Wasberg?
Asshole.
As soon as Trump became president, he signed an executive order stopping this woke DEI pronouns and the transgenders, because he's out to destroy them. That's what he's going to do, because he has Congress and the United States Supreme Court will pass laws to stop this. These people are destroying our civilization. And the other day I got on the internet and I seen the high-speed chase and the sideshow that they had over at Point Richmond. It looked like a comedy show. They had, I think, a drone flying over there. And by the way, I think it was a couple years ago that the city council was promoting sideshows. We need a place where these people could drive illegally, destroy city property. Let's just have a place where they could break the law. Then he gets on then he says, I never said that. No way. Then he gives an award for somebody who's aiding and abetting criminals from the federal government who wants to get rid of ICE. And this is your government who's sponsoring criminals, aiding and abetting criminals from the law, promoting the sideshows. Because Tom Butt was on the news, he was all pissed off, kicking stuff around. Says, yeah, it was the city council that's doing this. Yeah, it was. It was you, Aguado. You got on that city council. It was about, what, a couple years ago? We need a place to have these people to be criminals and break the law, to do sideshows, right? Wasn't that you? I could always call it up, put it on the phone, and replay it. But see, this is your government. This is your government that took a note to the Constitution, and yet they stabbed it right in the back. I think it's called the radical left, the RPA, people who don't believe in law. You'll find out when Trump's not done with you people yet.
Our last in-person speaker is Jamin Purcell.
Sorry, I have to reset after that. First, I would like to thank the city staff for the lovely swearing-in ceremony. I think there was a lot of really great work to be able to make sure that we are honoring not only the people who have served, but the people who are going to be serving. And I'm really looking forward, especially after hearing everybody's remarks, about what you guys are going to be able to bring to this city council. As well, I would like to thank the city manager. I don't know how many times when somebody has asked me what's going on in the city of Richmond, I direct them to the newsletter. I have found that to be one of the most useful ways to be able to keep up to date with all of the community gatherings that we have within this city. And I think that especially after we have heard the rhetoric of, on our national level, talking about how we are going to be dividing up people based off of things that people find not part of their in-group, trying to other others, trying to push them out. I find it really important that we look at all of the community gatherings that we have here in Richmond and that we are actually trying to build that community. It is the only thing that is going to be able to harden us towards what is happening nationally and the rhetoric that we're going to be continuously hearing, I'm sure, throughout the next 4 years from other speakers. I find it really important that we make sure that we understand why we all live in this city. And some of it is because it was affordable, some of it because we grew up here, and some of it because we chose here. But regardless, we're all here for a reason. And I really want us to all look around and see that even people we disagree with are part of our community, and that we are all going to be represented by you all. And I want to thank the city staff again one more time for really making sure that we are setting the right tone. And I want to thank the city council members for making sure that way that they campaigned was by bringing community together.
That was our last in-person speaker. Now we'll move to the online speakers.
Okay, I have 3 speakers. I have Emily Ross, Terry Hinty, and Galia Roberts Palmer. Emily Ross, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening, council and community. My name is Emily Ross. I'm a Richmond resident, and I just wanted to welcome council members Brown and Wilson, as I haven't done so yet. you're embarking on a big job, and you're going to get to do a lot of exciting stuff, but you're also going to have to work on mundane stuff and complex stuff and make hard decisions. So I'm very grateful for your service, and of course extend that to the rest of the council and staff as well. You all are doing important work and got to do it together, navigating conflicting opinions and trying to be accountable to a broader community. So I know it's not easy. And yeah, thank you to all of you. Special warm welcome to the new members.
Thank you. The next speaker is Terry Hinty. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Richmond resident. I'm calling about fireworks. In the news right now is the likely cause of the Palisades fire, according to the San Francisco Chronicle of January 15th. This council has not taken up the scourge of fireworks since November 2021, when you rejected a staff proposal to assign liability to a parent or landlord for the use or discharge of fireworks on those individuals' private property. Instead, you offered the following, approved by Council members Martinez, Jimenez, McLaughlin, and Willis. 1, staff was to monitor the frequency of illegal fireworks for the next year to see if it was a temporary pandemic-related situation. Did that ever happen? 2, staff was to review policies that LA had in effect, such as going after social media platforms that promoted illegal sales online. Did that ever happen? 3, staff was to consider a buyback program for fireworks that LA was doing. Did that ever happen? 4, staff was to educate the community through social media and other avenues that make it clear fireworks were illegal and there were substantial state fines associated with them. Did that ever happen? 5, staff was to set up incentives and rewards for callers to report illegal sales of the illegal products. Did that ever happen? 6, friendly amendment by Councilmember Willis directed staff to host residential community forums to identify issues and work with them on potential solutions. Did that ever happen? Given this month's catastrophic fires in Southern California, I'd like to see Richmond take our own risks seriously. We are not immune. I appreciate Councilmember Bonner's leadership on fire safety and hope that you all will join her in finally doing something about illegal fireworks in our neighborhoods. I yield my time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Galia Roberts Palmer. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Okay. Hi, I'm Galia Roberts Palmer, and I'm the owner of Gratitude, the Afrocentric gift store at Market Square Mall, where I am here also representing the merchants and tenants and some of the surrounding businesses to express our strong opposition to the proposed D&D liquor store that's to be located at 1015 McDonald Avenue in downtown Richmond. And that's between Safe Return and Sarita's Flowers. While we understand the need for businesses in our community, we believe that this particular establishment poses significant risk and challenges to both local businesses and the neighborhood. Another introduction of a liquor store in this area could lead to an increase in public intoxication, loitering, and related disturbances. And these issues can negatively impact the safety and well-being of the residents and deter customers from patronizing nearby businesses. And the presence of such a store may also attract undesirable elements, further compromising the neighborhood's security. Where, one of the things that we feel is that this could potentially drive away customers who are seeking a more family-friendly and diverse shopping experience. So we're just asking the commission, the council, to carefully consider the impacts of the proposed D&D liquor stores on local businesses and the neighborhood. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. And that was the last public speaker.
Next, we need approval of the consent calendar. Just to remind everyone, items W2B, and that is the request for Richmond Fire, including emergency services, public works, police, and city attorney's office to present on wildfire mitigation and public disaster preparedness. Item W7A, that's the third contract amendment with Flock Group, Inc. And W8C, that's the grant application to Metropolitan Transportation Commission. Those items will not be included in the vote to approve the consent calendar.
Do we have a motion?
I move the consent calendar.
Second?
I'll second.
Okay.
Councilmember Brown.
Yes.
Councilmember Bonner.
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson.
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cepeda.
Yes.
And
I'm like,
Mayor-
wait.
And Mayor Martinez, you thought I
Yes.
forgot her. The vote is unanimous. You thought I forgot. Our next item is W2B. Let me get there. And that is a request for Richmond Fire, including emergency services, public works. I'm sorry, direct staff to provide a presentation and summary assessment of the city's and community's current preparedness for public disasters. It should briefly highlight key successes, gaps, challenges, and vulnerabilities, and offer practical recommendations for resource allocation and actions needed to improve disaster preparedness, mitigation, and emergency response, including updates to the Richmond Municipal Code in advance of the adoption of the fiscal year 2025-26 budget.
Okay, thank you. I suppose you'll be making a presentation?
Thank you. I can explain why I brought it to the council. So after the LA fires that have been devastating and killed many people, people are questioning our preparedness in terms of ability to respond to a wildfire and save lives. To that effect, I'm not asking our fire department or Office of Emergency Services have all the answers or be prepared. I'm just trying to ask them what their needs and challenges are to be prepared, because we have a new manager at the Office of Emergency Services that was vacant for a long time. We have a new fire chief, and they need to work together, develop departments, staff the department and everything. But because it's the budget season, it's very important to know what needs to be done. The council needs to know what those emergency responders need to have to do their best when needed. So just to give you an example, San Francisco Fire recently had a show of their abilities and said, in case of an earthquake, everybody knows that the water pipes are too old, they'll be broken, there will be no water. So basically, if there's a fire after an earthquake, there's no water to extinguish it. And they have cisterns in the city to store water and use it in case of a fire after an earthquake. It may be a long shot. I think we don't even have the most primitive things there, but when cities are advancing and preparing themselves to that level, I think the city of Richmond needs to ask itself, what can we do to better prepare? Another example is vegetation management. I'm sorry to say the city of Richmond does not have a clear protocol, mandate, code for weed abatement, neither on private properties nor on its own property. And I've been asking the city attorney for months from his office, what is it that we have in place? Some of the codes are in PDF from Stone Ages. I mean, you cannot find them on the web. Some of them are on the web. The Public Works Director doesn't know. Chief Osorio does not have the ability to enforce the mandate. Anyway, it's a mess. The city needs to update its municipal code and be able to do its best in terms of preparation. So if you read the articles that were recently published, they point to two very important factors. to prevent or at least mitigate wildfires. So you can either prevent and save everything, or you cannot prevent, you mitigate, so you allow enough time for evacuation and save lives. Those two items are, one, vegetation management, defensible space, clear escaping routes, and number two is home hardening. So I've been in discussion with Lena Velasco and building and planning departments to see what incentives we can bring for residents to do home hardening. But the most important thing is vegetation management, defensible space. If you cannot enforce it, we're not doing the minimum basic thing we can do. One more thing is, in case of a public disaster, like wildfires in LA, unfortunately, many of the people who died were disabled or elderly. They say in case of a disaster, your first responders are your neighbors. But who's going to urge them to connect, to prepare? It's Office of Emergency Services that provides CERT training, that connects the neighbors, urges them to have block captain, trains them so they can rely on each other, help each other in case of evacuation. A resident wrote to me and said she's 80-something years old, doesn't have good eyesight. Her plan and her neighbor's elderly plan is, in case of a wildfire, they go to the middle of the street with their cane, hoping somebody will pick them up. We need to make sure Office of Emergency Services can do community preparedness. I'm not asking them to be ready at once. I know it takes time for them to build up. All I'm asking them right now is, what do you need to build, improve, prepare, and help the community to be prepared? It is very important. We've had all the warnings we could have received. It's time to act. So I talked to the city manager. She has kindly refined my request. The original shape was not like this. Thanks to her, this is how you see it. Just present the basic needs and challenges.
Councilmember Robinson?
So the first off, I want to say that I think, especially in light of the LA fires, it's super important for us to have a clear and actionable wildfire preparedness and response plan. When I look at this item, though, I feel like it is not as effective as I would like it to be. It feels very sprawling. It feels, it's asking for a kind of, I think the word is actually comprehensive. Here it is, comprehensive and transparent update and action plan, sometimes for vegetation, sometimes for all disaster preparedness. My question that I'm like, is this around, if it's around all disaster preparedness, that's a big ask, right? That we're talking about pandemics, we're talking about earthquakes, we're talking about wildfires, we're talking about, all shooters, all kinds of things. And so I'm just confused because sometimes it pivots to wildfire, sometimes it's talking about all kinds of evacuations, all kinds of things, which I actually think that is a different project and plan, a different scope. You would need, I think, some outside help to, help coordinate the different departments to figure out what that is across the city. And so the way it's written now, I'm not sure that we're gonna send folks off. They're gonna spend a bunch of time to give us this report, and I'm not sure what work it's gonna do. The other thing I'm really concerned about is that I actually asked for feedback from the different departments, and what I learned was that none of the indicated departments were consulted on this item. So the fire chief, my understanding is that police and Office of Emergency Response were not spoken to, or weren't involved in the discussion on how this item should be formed when they're directly indicated in doing the work. So I guess my ask is this the right way to proceed? It doesn't feel like it's quite cooked properly yet, and maybe we need to actually have that meeting with each of those department folks and actually work with them to figure out what's the best way to move this forward so we come out with something that we can actually use and not just kind of be reporting and not really have a good outcome. And maybe even that we can focus our efforts in light of the LA fires to have some concrete outcomes regarding the parts of Richmond that are in the high fire zones that really do need these services, and they need them now. I'm sure they're feeling extremely anxious in this time, in this moment. And maybe we need to focus in and have a direct response for them, and then have a larger process that has everybody at the table to figure out what is our overall plan for all of this very large scope of potential disasters. And so I wanted to bring it up for discussion to hear what other council people thought about it, but I would really like to not do this work, but maybe have a different process, and to focus in on the immediate response around wildfires as well. So those are my comments right now.
Thank you. May I respond to that, Mr. Mayor?
Actually, let's hear from other
But
council
it may
members.
just clarify the process if I respond, because these are very general points.
So you wrote the process in here?
No, the outline, I mean,
Well,
what
no.
whatever you decide, but I
Okay.
think it will be helpful if I'm given a chance to talk.
Well, I think other council members might have other
Go ahead.
suggestions. Do we have any other suggestions? Well, I would like to say that I think everyone should be involved, and that includes the community. There are, it sounded like you were suggesting incentives to have people harden their properties, and you were also suggesting code enforcement, which would be also for yeah, got that, yeah. But we'll do that after we finish this item. So, I believe this is a very complex problem that requires everyone working together. And I appreciate that you brought it forward because it puts it on the forefront, which means that it's something that we've been aware of it, but we've been aware of it. We know that it's something that needs to be done, and I believe that it's something that we are doing, but I think having community meetings so that we know what the community, how the community sees it, because in some areas where issues have come up, the insurance rates go up, the insurance disappears, so we need to consider all aspects of whatever it is we're doing. Yes.
Thank you. I think it's a great item, so thank you for bringing it forward, and especially with the fires and everything's going on. I think great points by everyone. What if we create an ad hoc committee? And the last thing we need is one more meeting, and I can hear the city manager already saying something, more meetings. But maybe it's a couple of council members coming together along with the community creating a plan of all the different needs, because we do have so many different things coming up, not just fires. We're going to have earthquakes. We're going to have other natural disasters. I mean, hopefully not in the near future, but they could all be here. So maybe it requires a committee and bringing in all of the community, coming in for feedback. Every corner of the city is different. Every corner of the city has different needs. Bringing in the various departments, maybe making this a catapult to something much bigger and greater, making sure that we assess all the needs together. So just a suggestion of maybe an ad hoc committee.
Okay.
Have a couple council members there.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember
Jimenez.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm so used to calling you vice mayor. Now that you're council member, I forgot your last name.
I am confusing you, so.
Okay.
Thank you so much. I I think there is an importance of having discussion about this item, and thank you, Councilmember Robinson, for pulling it out. I agree with Councilmember Robinson about that this is just really big, and maybe we can like focus on the wildfires right now, because if we open it up to kind of like all the disasters, then it becomes a just kind of like a big issue that it will take months, years, and then it's not that. But before we take that into consideration, I would like to hear from Chief Osorio to see what actually the fire department, like, how do you think like we can address this? Because if you were not consulted and you are the expert on this, and we are here trying to make decisions about the without your input, then we are missing a big point of view that is the important point of view. So if you can, I don't have any specific questions, but it's just kind of like you give us some advice about how we can proceed. So is feasible, manageable for you, and also addresses the concern that the community, especially in the hill areas where there is a lot of vegetation and needs to be cleaned up, are kind of like facing right now. Thank you. So you can come up, and I'm sorry to put you on the spot tonight.
Let's have it. There's one more question, and I wanted to answer the comments too.
Yes, I just wanted, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Actually, he is part of Councilmember Jimenez's question, so.
Okay.
So as soon as he finishes, then
Thank you.
he can speak.
Good evening, Council. Aaron Osorio, Richmond Fire Chief. This is a very broad topic, and I appreciate that it's in the forefront of everybody's mind right now. I'm after seeing what the fire department and the fire chiefs are going through down there, trust me, I do not want to see myself in that same position. I think we need to balance what we're seeing on TV, what we're seeing in the media. There's a lot of misinformation that has gone on about how this incident was handled. Some of it is accurate, some things are inaccurate. And so I think really being able to have the community be able to ask questions would solve a lot of the concerns. I don't want there to be this perception that we have completely ignored wildfire risk in this city, because we have not. We do find that a lot of the questions we get asked, the answers are living on our website, as there's a resource page for wildfire preparedness. We have a community wildfire prevention plan that was adopted in 2020 that replaced the 1995 ordinance. We do very high fire severity zone inspections on parcels. We did over 2,900 inspections on parcels last year in the fire hazard severity zone. So there is a lot of aspects of fire prevention and preparedness that relate to wildfire that we already have done. There are things that are mandated that we have to do. We train regularly gearing up for peak season on firefighting techniques. We are part of the OES structure for mass mutual aid within the state. We can request that. We participate in CAL FIRE meetings in the Santa Clara unit, which we're part of, so we can ensure mutual aid responses into our jurisdiction if we have a large-scale incident that we need their help for. So I don't want any of you to think that nothing has been done. As climate change, impacts of climate change have progressed, we obviously have seen more significant fire activity in California. Every few years, we are having a historic fire in the state of California. But there's a lot of questions and concerns that members of the community might have that I think would probably best be answered by having some community meetings. And we also have to keep in mind, you have an all-risk fire department. We have to try to be prepared to respond and or prevent a huge range of possibilities when it comes to incidents. from earthquakes to different types of rescues, to chemical releases, to refinery fires, to shoreline and marine response, highly specialized rescue response. We have to cover a large array of hazards. And this is just one of those hazards. The wildland interface in our city only comprises anywhere from 5 to 8% of our jurisdiction. That means we have over 90% of our jurisdiction that wildfire risk is not the #1 risk we need to be concerned about. Downtown, I have the risk of chemical releases, of fires in an industrial facility, of liquefaction from an earthquake. The risk is not equal everywhere. There is a segment of the city that wildfire risk is their highest risk. And so we have to try to spread our resources and our efforts across all of these different types of risks. I think that a lot of the best practices, and we've relied on education to get compliance up until now. We do have verbiage in the municipal code to enforce vegetation management in high severity zone. We have never gone to that measure. We have always relied on community education, trying to get compliance through educating individuals. There are portions of that process that do need to be hammered out in case we ever have to have something that has some more force behind it to enforce these things, but we really relied on trying to educate members of the community to get compliance. When you live in the wildland interface, ultimately the responsibility for your home really falls, a lot of it falls back on the property owner, and I say this as somebody who owns a home in the wildland. I've had a house, my house is, I've been threatened by 4 wildfires in the last 2 years in my home. And I understand position, I understand this from both perspectives. As someone who lives in the wildland and as a fire chief who's trying to protect community members that live in the wildland. But a lot of what we want to get done is best by educating folks and trying to convince them this is the best way to protect yourself, and leave fining and the penalties to the most extreme cases where we can't get compliance. Because in the end of the day, it has to be something that's accomplished by the entire community. One person cutting their weeds, cutting their trees is not going to save a neighborhood. And all of these measures that people take, it still has 0 impact on your insurance. And that's the problem, the disconnect in California, is you can have the best compliance, the best preparedness, but you still run the threat of your insurance company dropping you, you run the threat of your insurance premiums tripling, you run the threat of not being able to get fire insurance and have to be on the FAIR plan. So there's a lot of different aspects of this subject. It would be better if we could focus on one aspect. If we want to focus on wildfire, I think it's in the forefront of everybody's minds, and it's probably would have more of an impact on what we say now than later on. But to have a broad topic where it's all these different preparedness techniques for all these different possible scenarios, that could be extremely time-consuming, and I still have an emergency services staff of 1 who's still trying to handle EOC training for city staff, trying to coordinate CERT drills, trying to start a CERT academy, attending community meetings. Richard, there's not enough of Richard to go around, and this would pull him away from everything else he's trying to do right now just to kind of contribute his portion of this plan, not to mention all the other divisions in the city that would need to contribute. We're a city department. We're not an independent fire district like Con Fire or Moraga or San Ramon. We rely on, we do our segment of the enforcement or the inspection, and we have to pass on other avenues or other aspects of that to Public Works to abate. Eva might need to make sure someone's getting billed or fined. There's the appeal process. So there's multiple city staff that have to touch a case if we go down the pathway of trying to fine and to issue violations and do it that way. We can invest a lot more benefit a lot more from our time investment by trying to educate. So I don't know if that answers.
Yeah, thank you so much. And I think like one other thing is I learned that like Station 66 is the responsible for be the one responding to the wildcat part of that as well. And it's really small, and we need to also I think like this is a thing for city council to focus is we want to have better services. We need to have a better station, and we need to put the resources to build the new station there, like that is big enough and it has all the things that is needed to really do the services that are needed for that community as well. So
Yeah, that's just, we have a couple of stations that have wildland in their jurisdiction, 66 on 41st and Clinton, 63 that's up on Valley View, 68. So we have it peppered throughout, but the part that the state has designated as a high severity zone really only lies in the Carriage Hills, May Valley area. And that's the part that we have mandated inspections. Those are the ones we do every year. Through adoption, the council in the 90s adopted Point Richmond into that zone, although that was not based on any scientific data or fire modeling or fuel modeling. And in the next month or so, the state will release the updated maps, and I'll have to bring them before you as a body to adopt those maps, and those will be the new maps we use to do inspections. At that time, as a council, you can request to add neighborhoods into that, but there's repercussions and consequences of doing that you need to be informed about. So when that time comes, I'll present that to you for adoption.
Thank you. Councilmember Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I understand that this is a big ask, and based off the chief's recommendations on honing in on reducing the broadness of this item, I agree with that, but I also believe that it is appropriate for us to conduct a needs assessment in order for us to, especially with the increased possibilities of disasters, that I believe that it is our obligation to take a proactive approach so we can improve our preparedness. So I understand that this item is very significant, and thank you for bringing it forward. But, based off the recommendations of honing in on the broadness of the item, if we do scale down, I still believe that, I have a strong belief that it is appropriate for us to conduct a needs assessment. And it's not saying that we have to do anything. It's saying, where are we in this particular situation? What are the needs of our different services, and where can we fill in those gaps? So I just wanted to add that.
Councilmember Wilson.
I would like to make a motion, like a motion to amend the motion. I'd like to propose an amendment. Okay. I very much appreciate Councilmember Bana bringing this forward. I think it's very important that we look at this now. I agree with what Councilmember Robinson said, that I think rather than having it on all disasters, I'd like to focus it down to wildfire, and I'd like to add more staff participation in the initial steps of this rather than start with a council presentation. So my amendment is that we change this to request for Richmond Fire, including emergency services, public works, and city attorney's office to participate in an ad hoc committee on wildfire preparedness.
Can I add a friendly amendment to that? That would include the recommendation that was brought forward by Chief Azario to include in that process community meetings, immediate community meetings, to be able to have an open discussion with the affected neighborhoods so that they can ask questions, get responses, get access to resources now, especially while these disasters are happening. It's fresh in people's minds.
Is that accepted?
To me, that is a friendly amendment. Do you want me to restate it how I would restate it?
It's to form an ad hoc committee, and I accept it, and I accept reducing the scope just to wildfires. And I just wanted to thank everyone to care about public safety, and Chief Osorio, I should say, whomever I talk to, from Genesis people to other fire department, they praise your efforts. So thank you very much for being in charge of our fire safety. We really appreciate it. You're doing a great job. But as you said, we don't have enough Richards to do everything. So that's the point, to bring out the needs. So can I?
Mayor, can I ask a clarifying question?
Yes.
It would be very helpful for staff if what is being proposed can be restated, because sometimes when these matters come before the council, if it's a little broad in terms of staff participation, that is helpful, because like the emergency preparedness EOC is part of the fire department. We may need abatement, we may need public works, and so I just want to share that with the council.
Can I rephrase it the way I understand? Sure. So basically, to establish an ad hoc committee of city council members to work with the city leadership management team on public safety and do community outreach and bring the results in terms of need assessment, in terms of wildfire preparation?
I didn't hear you focus that on wildfire.
On wildfire
Yes, you did.
preparation, I said.
Yeah, and was there a request for the ad hoc
Yes.
committee? Okay, of council members or of staff?
Council members, ad hoc committee of council members who would be able to work closely with the staff, fire department and public works.
I would like to request that it's ad hoc, kind of similar to the ad hoc that we have on stormwater and sewage, where staff and council members meet together to discuss things. I think that's very effective, so that you're always moving together. So I would respectfully ask that it be ad hoc of council members and staff, the appropriate staff.
Sure.
Who made the motion? Because I believe the motion started with Councilmember Wilson.
No one's made the motion. We've been cobbling a motion.
Okay.
So who is making the motion, and can you repeat the motion so we know what it is we're going to second?
I'll be happy to restate it the way I understand it.
You making the motion?
I make a motion.
Okay, thank you.
One of the other things I felt like was important in your original thing was that you did ask them to bring forward budget requests. So if you could make a part of this motion, narrowing the focus to wildfire, having this ad hoc committee of council members and staff, having community meetings so that people who are very anxious and worried now have a place to ask questions, get resources, and that a budget requests come out of the ad hoc meetings, so we understand how to make sure that we're addressing the need and not just identifying it.
Thank you. Before I formulate it, can I ask a question from the council? A portion of it was to update the municipal code. It's very important to get it done because it hasn't been done for decades, I guess. So I would like to make the motion with the support of the council to establish an ad hoc committee from city council members and staff to work on wildfire preparedness and mitigation, conduct community outreach for the purpose of need assessment, and bring proposals in terms of budget and resource allocation to enhance wildfire preparedness in the city, and also ask the city attorney's office to update the municipal code.
On that last point, although Councilmember Bonner said we'd been ignoring it, we've actually been meeting with staff, with the fire department. I think there's a need. There might be a need for staffing. My next step was going to be to talk to the city manager in terms of potential economic budget impacts. But we think that the municipal code needs updating in a number of areas, but we think that the provisions concerning fire protection are adequate as they are from the review we've been done thus far.
You think so?
We have a weed abatement process. It's carried out by the fire department. There's noticing that occurs.
I'm sorry, Chief Osorio just said they don't do it. They give it to Public Works.
So there is an issue of how we enforce it and how we staff it, but it's not an issue of legal authority. That's the only point I was making.
I think, Dave, staff would also like to have the city attorney's office as part of this process as a byproduct of the meeting they had this morning at 11 o'clock that they engaged in. And so that way, if the council and the staff think there does need to be modifications to the municipal code, that can be something that's considered in the recommendations.
Thank you.
We're happy to be involved, but we just don't think it's a code problem at the moment.
I strongly believe it is. But my experience for the past year, talking to different offices and getting nowhere, it's like a maze. We don't get anywhere. It absolutely is. I would appreciate your cooperation.
The cooperation was given, and I don't think this is a place to go back and forth.
I just wanted to emphasize that the way I suggested, I think it's needed, and I think city manager attests to that.
Was there a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor.
Any more discussion?
Are we doing discussion?
No, yeah, discussion, that's it.
Okay. Trying to follow the rules. I would like to propose an amendment to how the motion was just made. I'm 90% in alignment with what you proposed, so thank you for formulating that on the fly so nicely. The two things I would like to recommend is that we just say community meetings and not say community meetings for the purpose of need assessment. I would like the ad hoc committee to decide what the best focus of community meetings might be. It might be education, it might be needs assessment, but I'm hoping to kick that over to them to decide.
I thought that's what I said, community meetings
No.
and bringing in, okay.
No, I think what
Let's
you said
correct
is
that.
for the purpose of needs assessment, but I would like to, my amendment I'm proposing is taking that part out. And similarly, although I agree that I would like the city attorney to be present at it, I would like to not say the purpose of this is to update code. I, again, would like the ad hoc committee to decide whether the code, and I hope you will be on the ad hoc committee and you can make the case that that's important.
Thank you. Yeah, I insist to be at that ad hoc committee, Mr. Mayor, please. Thank you.
So were those friendly, the two amendments I just proposed?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, to get this going, we should probably include the people who would be on this ad hoc committee so that we can begin on it immediately. Are there any people interested and willing to be part of this? Okay, I see two. Okay, so the committee will be Vice Mayor Cepeda, Councilmember Bana, and Councilmember Brown. So, if it passes. All right?
Do we have public comment?
Councilmember Brown?
Oh, public comment. Thank you.
We have no request to address the council. If there's anyone online that would like to address the council on this item, please raise your hand at this time.
Sorry.
No.
Okay, then we'll take a vote.
Councilmember Brown?
Being an excellent Vice Mayor.
Yes.
Councilmember Bana?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cepeda?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
Thank you, everyone.
So we need to revisit.
Oh, I wanted to go back to
Item
to-
W5A.
To W2A?
W5A.
5A.
Oh, 5A, okay. Thank you. The W5A. We needed to break that vote up into two parts, one of them for the mayor and one for the council, because I can't vote for my raise.
So I would suggest on that process, first of all, there be a vote to rescind the action you took on W5A as a part of the consent calendar. And then that will be back on your agenda. Then you vote on that matter as two separate actions, as you suggested.
Okay, All right then, so I move that we rescind W5A. Do I have a second?
A second.
Okay. Roll call?
Councilmember Brown?
Here.
How are you voting?
Yes.
To rescind.
Oh, I thought he said roll call.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Councilmember Bonner?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cepeda?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez?
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
Then you would take each as two separate items with a motion on each.
Okay, so we'll
Okay.
begin with the raise for the mayor. Is there anyone willing to make a motion?
I made the motion.
Second?
A second.
Okay, Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Bonner?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cepeda?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez?
I
Oh,
can't
I'm
vote.
sorry. Yeah, you cannot vote. The motion passes. Our next vote will be to approve the salaries for the council.
I move the item. Do we have a second?
I second it.
Vice Mayor Cepeda?
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Bonner?
Yes.
And Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez?
Yes.
The vote is unanimous. Okay. Now we'll move to the second item that was removed from the consent calendar. That's W7A. And where is it? W7A is to approve a third contract amendment with Flock Group to increase the contract expenditure by $1 million for a total not to exceed $2,037,000 with a term beginning March 1st of 2023 and ending on February 28th, 2026. If there's anyone joining us online that would like to speak to this item, please raise your hand at this time.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I believe there were some questions about this. We've done a couple presentations on the Flock contract, and so this is an additional amendment to that contract, and I believe Councilmember Wilson has some questions about it.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chief French. So my first question is most of the additional $1 million that's being proposed to adding to this contract tonight going to expand the use of technologies that were already approved in the initial proposal back in March 2023, like license plate readers and CCTV cameras? Or, maybe you can characterize what proportion of the spending is on technologies that have been part of previous contracts, and what proportion is new to Richmond technologies, and what are those?
Sure. So at the beginning of the fiscal year 24-25, the police department was tasked as the primary department to handle the CCTV citywide. So there were requests from other city departments and the city manager for additional cameras. And so those additional city departments now include the courtyard, the city library, various community centers, and the city hall complex where we are. The initial ask for funding was $249,000. That was specific to 30 ALPRs, the automated license plate readers. The First Amendment dealt with the expansion of the system from its initial installation including additional ALPR cameras and PTZ, which are pan-tilt zoom, or commonly known as CCTV cameras. In this amendment, the city gained 70 ALPR cameras and 40 pan-tilt zoom. So that was the second. This amendment increased by $748,500, not to exceed $998,000. The second amendment was specific to funding and equipment to cover the City of Richmond Port by $39,300. And then this third amendment, an increase of $1 million, making the entire contract limit total of $2,037,400. These funds are to ensure that the City of Richmond has the ability to replace its aging and/or antiquated CCTV systems and bring on new technologies to aid in our response to evolving crime trends and respond to critical community concerns. Some of the technologies are gunshot and sideshow screeching tire detection. They're both newer technologies, as well as the mobile trailer with PTZ ALPR readers and drone as a first responder.
So this is where you're going to learn how little I know about law enforcement technology, but can you explain it like I'm 5? The gunshot sideshow tire sound technology, and what did you say the drones are used for? So those are what I'm hearing. Those are the two kind of new technologies being added. Can you say a little bit more about what those do?
So there's 3 new technologies. Okay. So the gunshot sideshow screeching tire detection, that's similar to our current system of it was ShotSpotter, and now it's Sound Thinking. They changed their name. Okay. And so that detects the gunshots. And so they were a proprietary company, which was the only company that offered that service. Flock now offers it, and it actually has an enhanced use where it can pick up the sound of screeching tires for like sideshows, and then also the gunshot detection. And the Flock system can coordinate with the ALPR cameras, the license plate reader cameras. So if there's a shooting, then it can pick up the license plates around the shooting so that if cars are fleeing, we have those plates to connect and do some follow-up for shootings that happen. So we're looking at this system, the Flock system, to possibly take over our Sound Thinking contract because it's actually more affordable also. And then the other system is drone as a first responder, and I'll let the Assistant Chief and Captain talk a little bit more about that.
Sure. Captain Eric Smith. Greetings, Council. Drone is a first responder. So as we know, this drone technology continues to evolve. And when we first started working with Flock, the corporation, that wasn't a technology that they used, or it wasn't in a place to be utilized by organizations. So with the use of drones or unmanned aerial systems like the police department currently uses, I know you guys, or you all spoke last week about those types of uses. So drone as a first responder is a technology that Flock is working with now. And so it changes, it drastically changes the response to incidents in progress. So currently, officers have to drive around town to go to in-progress police emergencies or calls for service. And at some of these events, they would deploy a drone. So I think you all recently saw some footage on the news or released through our social media of a sideshow that occurred at Rigger's Loft. It was even mentioned earlier tonight. And we deployed a drone to that location. So having this technology as drone as a first responder, the drone would respond there, and the average response time to a call for service over about a 12 to 15 mile radius is 86 seconds. An officer can't drive there in 86 seconds. And in the event of a critical incident, we can deploy the drone and get instant footage back to either a command center or to responding officers to give them an idea of what they're actually responding to. So it's a new technology. It's not in use yet by us. And that's one of the things we hope to obtain by this contract amendment. Your initial question was how much of the money is attributed specifically to the police department, and it's about $440,000 of this contract amendment. When, like the chief mentioned, we took on closed-circuit television kind of citywide, if you will, for other departments, that's really what the second amendment, or I'm sorry, the third amendment was for. Or no, I'm sorry, the second amendment was for that, for the expansion of the port. And so this one will be the expansion of the other city services that are currently provided through either third-party vendors with antiquated software or currently not working. So that's kind of where the money is attributed.
Just to add one thing to the drone as a first responder. So one of the things that we learned even while watching the fires that were going down in Los Angeles, the ability to use drone as a first responder down there to allow first responders to see where the fire is spreading and where things are going. And as we were talking about emergency preparedness even tonight, it's another resource for both police and fire when dealing with a natural disaster like a fire or an earthquake, to have the capacity to get into locations that might even be temporarily blocked off from first responders, to chart a pathway in or figure out ingress and egress and have sort of that aerial view. So that's another usage along with that, as well as the typical first responder that you heard Captain Smith already discuss.
Does the drone do anything other than take pictures?
No, it does have infrared. So, you know, like night vision and then infrared.
Heat sensing.
Okay, so we're not at the point where the drone is going to start shooting or
no,
recording or sound recording or
it does record.
Okay,
Yes.
but sound record and
Yes.
okay, so it takes sound. Okay, so I have a lot of questions. I'm going to just ask two more and then pass it to my colleagues and see if they're interested in. I don't want to monopolize. I know they probably have questions too. My next question is just which one I'm trying to think which one to focus on because I do have quite a few. Can I just pass to other folks and then maybe come back because I feel
Sure.
like I'm okay. Thanks.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for bringing this up. The flock cameras, they're not just for criminal activities for speeding, they're also for illegal dumping, right? Because we used them last time there. And I know the answer, I'm just asking just to make sure that we know that this is one, because we have new council members as well, but just reiterating that hotspots, you're gonna get caught.
Yes. Yes, we get a lot of requests from community members about hotspots for illegal dumping, and so we have a list of locations that we would like to put the next iteration of flock cameras. And also, it's not just for illegal dumping and safety, it's actually for the safety of our staff too, because there's been a lot of incidents around here, City Hall, library, employment and training, and so that's also where a lot of cameras will be placed.
Thank you. And in San Pablo, they have these cameras as well. I don't know if it's flock, I think it might be flock. But just to mention again, Pinot had some cameras and they really helped with catching some individual that was going to be doing a mass shooting. So these are a great tool, not just for our city, but for the region and for others as well, and being able to read those license plates and being able to capture them. So I'm grateful for that there. What other resources do you need to make sure that these cameras can go up in certain places? Because we are changing light poles, for example. Right, we're experimenting with solar. Is that going to be able to bring in enough power to power these cameras? Do we need additional resources or another power pole there? Like, how do we make sure that these cameras are going to stay on? What other resources do we need to provide to make sure that the cameras are working at all times?
So recently, with the new power poles, like you described, light standards, they use an AL adapter. So those poles have power at nighttime when the sun goes down, and then the daytime power isn't running to the light, right? So efficiency. So we actually have adapters that we use to allow it to continue to have power to power the devices when we put them on a light standard. So we actually do have them in place now, and then as we get more cameras, because they require more power, a PTZ, a traditional camera that records versus a license plate reader, those work on solar sensors, but the actual cameras that pan, tilt, and zoom in and out that are also color and also work at night, they do require power. So we actually have adapters for those.
And is this funding here cover all of that? My question is, do you need more, right, to make sure that these are working properly at all times?
Yes.
Do we need, so this covers it, do we need more funding?
No, this covers it, and just to be clear, these owls that he's talking about has been the holdup to getting some cameras put up, but now we've resolved that issue, and we're starting the next iteration of putting up more cameras.
Thank you. And then lastly, in the last amendment that was brought up last year, I asked to see if we can put some signage, because I think some signage around the cameras will let people know. I know it works for me. San Pablo has the signage, and I can tell you, I slow down. I know what those cameras are for. I'm not necessarily doing anything bad, but I definitely see our San Pablo PD, and I slow down. So that's a deterrent, right, which we want to be able to have. So we want people to start thinking and using any deterrents we can. So what would it take to maybe put some signage around?
I think we could work with Public Works on some signage for the city.
And just to add, there's one other piece of technology that's included in this, and it's a mobile trailer. So we've been talking about recently some of the things that we've seen, radicalism is turning into normal behavior, unfortunately, in a lot of ways. And we are in the San Francisco Bay Area. We have a lot of wonderful festivals that are attended by tens of thousands of people. So looking at ways that we can protect our festivals and protect our residents and our visitors that come to take part in those festivals. As recent as what we saw on New Year's Eve down in New Orleans, I mean, what a tragedy that was. As we're evaluating what our critical plans are and how we keep people safe in mass quantities like that, the ability to look out for the anomalies and what might be happening on the outskirts as somebody might try to infiltrate our car that's coming at a gross speed into our direction, to be able to spot those things in a timely manner where we can detour it or intercept it before, we're having these conversations within the police department, along with other city departments, on really taking a critical look, like an honest look, actually, at how we are set up right now as a city and a department to really protect our residents. And so this is part of that too, as well.
No further questions for now. Thank you.
Councilmember Bana?
Thank you. Quick question out of curiosity. So drones can go into a disaster area. They can videotape and you can hear what's going on. Does it speak? Can you send a message like help's on the way?
Absolutely. And we've used it for that before, for when there's our crisis negotiators, in order to get to where somebody might be, where we don't want to put an officer in harm's way, or we need to maintain our distance. The drone can actually have a two-way speaking capacity to work almost like a throw phone.
Awesome. Thank you.
Anyone else? Councilmember Robinson.
Hi, just quickly, I feel like I haven't heard recently kind of report backs on the progress that our current cameras are making. And I wonder if you have a brief summary of what the impact has been for the current cameras.
Sure. I try to include monthly, and it'll be on the next council agenda, the information from our cameras. So for instance, through November of last year, we had 122 vehicles recovered for the use of license plate readers. 368 cases were assisted by LPR cameras. 121 arrests were made with the use of LPR cameras, and we recovered 15 license plates on their own. And the offenses associated with arrests include homicide, evading officers, assault with firearm on a person, carrying a loaded firearm, carjacking, assault with deadly weapon, robbery, felon in possession of a firearm, vehicle theft, possession of controlled substance, obstruct, resist a peace officer, burglary, possession of stolen vehicle, criminal threats, organized retail theft, embezzlement, other vehicle recoveries, possession of marijuana over an ounce, and warrant arrest, as well as felony parole violations. So those are some of the 368 cases that have been assisted with LPRs.
If I'm remembering correctly, I think that some of the early results were that the cameras were helping us make progress on vehicle theft.
Yes.
Is that still the case? That's a big problem here in Richmond, people losing their vehicles to theft and then,
Right.
things. And I wonder if you could just kind of say something about that, like what was happening before the cameras, what happened after the cameras in terms of recovery or, things like that.
Sure. So a lot of times when vehicles are stolen, people use them for joyriding or sideshows or other criminal activity. And the quicker we can get a vehicle into the system and then the LPR picks it up, the quicker we can recover a vehicle. So people that depend on their cars for school or work or taking their kids to and from school, we can get that person their vehicle back at a much quicker rate than if it's just put into the system and officers have to run the license plates to see if they're stolen. We're not running as many license plates in that manner.
And do you have numbers on what the increase has been in terms of your ability to recover vehicles?
So vehicle theft decreased by 9% last year.
Is there any way to compare that to before the cameras? I'm just trying to understand, what the impact is of this investment.
Yeah, we probably need to do a deeper dive and try to come back with that.
Maybe in the next report on crime statistics, so we can have those. Thanks.
Councilmember Wilson?
Thank you for all the information so far. Are the new technologies you're adding, specifically the gunshot sideshow screech detection tire technology and these first responding drones, are they consistent with the city sanctuary city policy? Can you guarantee that the information that they're collecting is not going beyond, what's allowable by that policy?
For sure. So the reason that we continue to do business with Flock and then we're trying to expand the business we do is because they do comply with the requirements of the city. So the only person that any ALPR data is shared with is El Cerrito, and that's because we use a common communication center. So the city of El Cerrito, we use the same dispatch center, and to be able to have continuity between both departments, we actually have to share that information or our dispatchers can't receive the hits or vice versa because we actually speak on the same channel. Other than that, we do not share information outside of the city.
Do we know, does El Cerrito share the information?
They don't share any of our
You knew
information.
that was coming, right?
Yes, no.
Thank you.
And that was discussed prior to agreeing.
And then just quickly, we don't need to just come up with specifics here, but I'm afraid of drones. And so I'm wondering if there could be a drone policy. Is there a drone policy? Okay, thank you. I'll familiarize myself with the city's drone policy and make sure it doesn't scare me that you're not swooping in on me. And then my last question is, who's paying? Where's this money coming from? And can you there was a little reference of it, but I didn't understand in the agenda report.
Sure. So the 440 is the portion attributed to the police department, which we have in our general fund budget to cover the expenses through this amendment. The other funds are coming from the respective department to cover what costs are incurred by their requirements. So up to that $1 million covers that amount. It's to account for the request from the other departments of what their camera needs are for the facilities. And that's a balance of us looking at it and see what the need are and meeting with those departments to determine. So that's the number that we determine based on their need and what they could afford and what we could cover.
And is there a specific sort of technology line item that you're taking this out of, or how?
So each camera has a cost. They all have specific costs. So depending on what we need to cover a specific area, each camera, like $6,000 per camera, multiplied by 40 cameras, there's $240,000. That's what's needed to cover for a specific department, and that's how we determine those numbers.
But that department has a technology budget this is coming out of, or I was just curious from.
I'm not
Generally, on an item like this that requires interdepartmental collaboration, if the item is approved by the council, there's usually the first year expense, and then that would be absorbed by the police department. And then at mid-year and then in subsequent budgets, if we needed to budget a larger amount to mitigate the departments from continuing to absorb those costs, we would bring that to city council for consideration at that time. So for example, like at some of our city facilities, as the chief mentioned, there's been incidents where there's been unfortunate interactions between members in the public and staff. And so for example, if that was happening at the library, we wouldn't, as a starting point, we would say, yes, maybe the library could fund it. But moving forward, once we get a sense of what the costs were, then at mid-year, we would bring back an item potentially to call what I call a true up, where we wouldn't want to negatively impact the department's budget if it's a pretty significant lift. If they only need one camera at $6,000, they can figure it out. But if the library and library staff say, actually, we need 5 cameras, we don't want them to have that large of a hit. And so we would make adjustments for the council to consider at mid-year, as an example.
Thank you.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Thank you. My question is, do you have the location where the cameras are going to be placed in the city street? And how many?
We do have some locations. We don't share those locations, though, publicly.
Can you share it with us? In an email? We are city council, so it's not a public. Is that legal?
That communication would probably be subject to public disclosure
No.
through the Public Records Act.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
But she said that they don't. Okay. I have a couple of questions. As I said in conversation, I have no doubt that the city of Richmond respects the sanctuary city, but I worry about the other end, a company that is in a state that has totally different values than we do, and who would be more apt to share information with the federal government, considering who our current president is. And I'm curious, is there any way for us to know that our information might be breached by the company we're dealing with?
Is there a way for us to know if they gave the data away? The answer to that is no. However, it's no. How would I know if they did it? I mean, I would have no idea. If I did have some idea, I wouldn't be sitting here talking to you about it, because I'd be doing something else. But no, there isn't. However, this company does a lot of business in the state of California, which has a number of different jurisdictions, which has similar policies to the city of Richmond. And they work in those jurisdictions now. There's a large project that started last year in the city of San Francisco. And one of the reasons that San Francisco, like we, went with this vendor is because they will agree to the requirements that we have. So can I absolutely guarantee to you today that they will not? No. But I can tell you that they have and continue to, in each amendment, reaffirm their commitment to agree to our policies as we've worked with them over the years we have. And that's one of the reasons we chose this vendor, because other vendors that are in this space do not.
Actually, there's a company out of Mountain View who has the same kind of cameras that Flock does. Did you ever talk with them? And they're California based, which means that they follow California law.
Well, we did RFPs, and I'm not sure which company, Mayor, you might be referring to, but we did put our RFP out, and we interviewed all of the companies. And compliance with our sanctuary city policy was a requirement of the RFP. And I can tell you, if we ever found out that, first of all, if Flock ever decided to do that, they would be out of business real quick in California, number one. And number two, we have legal recourse actually deal with Flock in that regard because they're stated as complying with our policies and with the protection of our data. So if it ever came to our attention that that ever occurred or happened, we have a path forward through the city attorney's office or wherever else we might need to access to address that issue.
And
So,
I want to make sure everybody knows that the data that we're talking about is license plates. We're not talking about any personal identifying data from a person. We're talking about license plates.
that's the only data it collects?
Yes.
Yes.
Correct.
So it doesn't,
It doesn't know who's driving it
No.
or who the registered owner is. It knows the license plate number
Okay.
on the car when it does a read,
Okay,
and then
that's-
it's gone after 30 days.
That's correct.
okay, so it's just focused on license plates and nothing else?
That's correct. And that actually, like, to reiterate what the captain just said, is the system is purged every 30 days. It's wiped clean. The only thing that is kept is if it's an active investigation, we take that one data set out and we assign it to a case, and then that's
Okay.
evidence. But outside of that, it's gone after 30 days.
Okay, that's very good to know.
Yeah.
And one other question. This other company had cameras that were movable, you know, so are the flat cameras movable? Can you move them from one site to another easily?
So easily, no. So there is some support needed to get those cameras up where they are. They need to be at a certain height depending on the type of camera. So that's one of the solutions that this trailer offers us, because responding to emerging crime trends does require us to be able to move and adapt to things that change. So you'll see construction sites frequently have a trailer. In fact, there's a light that flashes on top of a lot of them to identify to people, hey, there's a camera here. So this trailer affords us the ability to move this to be readily movable, and it requires no installation other than parking it. So we'll keep it there for 72 hours or less, I promise, and then try and use it effectively as we can move it around town and impact hotspots or other places of concern.
I think the question was about pan-tilt zoom, or,
These are pan-tilt, on the trailer that the captain's talking about, they are mobile pan-tilt zoom cameras with what the mayor, I think, is
No,
referring to.
I was talking about cameras that.
The whole thing moving?
Yeah, that could be moved from one site to another site.
Thank you.
You know, because hotspots change.
But we also constantly evaluate the locations of the camera, because if we have a camera in a certain location and it's really not benefiting us, then we want to move it, and we can do that.
Okay, and then my last question, does this amendment cover the cost of putting them up?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Well, any other questions? Do we have public comment?
We have 2 online speakers.
Okay, I have Sarah C. and Emily Ross. Sarah C., you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, thank you so much for hearing my comment. My name is Sarah Cantor. I'm a resident of Richmond. I just am calling to express some serious concern with the expansions noted in this amendment. I'm really glad to hear that for the license plate readers, the data is being purged every 30 days. That's incredible news. Confused that what I'm hearing is that only license plate information is gathered, when I know that flock cameras also have the ability to track information like car, make, model, color, bumper stickers. So I'm curious, for the officers who are present, if that is information that you all are not collecting. But my big concern comes with the pan-tilt zoom, and especially the drone as a first responder program and the ways that those expand the general surveillance state. And to the point about Flock allowing customers to retain their own data, it's all stored on their servers. So in addition to the threat of them making a different decision as a company, there's also the threat of hackers or government agencies being able to access that data extra legally. So that's something that I think is a concern. The drone as a first responder programs would need to hear just much more about it in order to feel comfortable. They've been doing a program like this in Chula Vista for years and years, and it's seems as though the cameras are constantly recording. So, for example, recording people in their backyards as they're flying overhead. And the level of surveillance there, I think, is really concerning,
Time has expired.
especially
Thank
given
you.
the.
The next speaker is Emily Ross. You have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening, Emily Ross, Richmond resident. Yeah, I've been following this over the course of several, the various amendments, and it is an expensive endeavor that's like seemingly the trend of expanding the contract will continue. And I just wanted to reintroduce an idea that y'all talked about, I don't remember when, but the prospect of using fake cameras, to Council Member or Vice Mayor Zepeda's point of this being a deterrent, like fake cameras would also serve that purpose of being a deterrent and increase the camera presence without the surveillance concerns. I think because the activities that are being monitored are highly mobile, illegal dumping, and sideshows can just easily relocate, and we can't keep up with moving the cameras, and that's a lot of work to move the cameras and maintain the cameras. So I just think it's worth, and that the locations aren't publicized, so members of the public wouldn't know which are fake and which are real. Just reintroducing that as something to think about. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no more public speakers.
All right. We're ready for a motion.
I'll make a motion.
I second it.
Can you read the motion?
I'll make the motion to approve the item.
Councilmember Bonner? You want me to read the motion? Did you want me
Yes,
to read
please.
them? Okay. So the motion would be to approve a third contract amendment with Flock Group to increase the contract expenditure by $1 million for a total not to exceed $2,037,000, with the term beginning March 1st, 2023, and ending on February 28th, 2026. We have a motion by Vice Mayor Cepeda and a second by Councilmember Bonner.
That was 2,037.
Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Bonner?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
No.
Councilmember Wilson?
No.
Councilmember Robinson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cepeda?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez.
No.
The motion passes with Councilmembers Jimenez and Wilson and Mayor Martinez voting no. Our last item is item W8C, and that is to adopt a resolution authorizing the city manager or designee to submit a grant application to the Metropolitan Transportation Commission for the allocation of fiscal year 2025-26 Transportation Development Act funding, Article 3, pedestrian bicycle project funding, and if awarded, accept and appropriate the funds to implement the Downtown Point Richmond Bicycle Connectivity Project. And if there's anyone online that would like to address the council on this item, please raise your hand at this time.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez, City Council members. For the record, my name is Daniel Chavarria, Public Works Director, and with me is Mr. Robert Armijo, our City Engineer. And we didn't prepare any presentation for this item. We expect to have some questions, otherwise we can make a summary of what the item is about.
So I asked for this item to be pulled for discussion because I just have concerns about the choice of this particular project and the choice of kind of investing, lots of our resources and funds in one neighborhood, the Point Richmond neighborhood, where we need improvements to bicycle infrastructure in many neighborhoods. And this is yet another kind of project in the same kind of neighborhood. And, you know, I am a cyclist. I love bike infrastructure. I advocate for bike infrastructure a lot. I advocate for bridge access and all kinds of things. I know this is going to be closing a gap. I understand all of those things, but I also understand that from my experience, from what I understand, from what I know, that this particular stretch is used highly by folks who are not residents or not local residents. It's not a local pathway. And I just wonder, how are we making the decisions to put, you know, limited grant funds towards different projects? I know there's a short turnaround time, but I would really like to understand better how we can make sure to have resources going into other neighborhoods. That, you know, the bike ped plan covers many neighborhoods, and some of those neighborhoods are not getting the resources. They're not getting these things, and to keep putting it into the Point Richmond area over and over and over again, I have concerns about that.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Robinson. Well, the first part of the question is, this is a project that was selected or was part of a plan that was approved by the City Council in January of 2021, 4 years ago. And as you mentioned it, this is to cover the remaining part of that plan that has not been addressed yet. What this staff report is asking is the staff is planning to apply for a specific grant, TDA grant, that is the same type of grant that this project received before. So the chances for this project to receive this grant are higher than any other project that we can present. This is coming from a specific amount of money, a little bit over $1 million, if I'm not mistaken, that is being very competitive, and we're asking for $213,000 in change. The reason why we apply for this grant is that we realize, well, we have a good chance to get this extra money. That way we don't have to ask the City Council to use general fund. And what one of the challenges that we have had is there's been some comments from the community that they were not taken into consideration in the first part of the project. So we want to use part of these funds, if we get this grant, to go through community outreach and making sure that we can keep building trust with the community. Now, City Council is free to say we don't want to apply for this grant, but not necessarily that's the money is going to go to a different place. It's kind of like it's either at this project or we just don't apply. That's basically it. This project is not only includes bicycle, but also improvements in bus stops and sidewalk construction. Some areas that there's no sidewalk right now.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yeah, thank you so much. I also understand the technical part and that maybe the grant, it could be higher chances to get it. But I just see the same pattern of just kind of like looking for that and no, I feel like equity is not part of the decision-making process in this, and I saw it last time when we were discussing the Contra Costa, the CCTA grant of the Parkway, I believe, or where it was just more like a regional project, and we didn't know how that was put out there in terms of like serving more kind of like a regional corridor instead of the resident of Richmond. And I think like this is this, like with this is the second thing where we are seeing this over and over. So my question is like how equity plays into this to really say, okay, we are going to for this grant, apply for this in this particular area because it's an equity plays a part, and not just because it's going to be highly competitive. We have a good chance to get it because of that. Like like I know that I am kind of like mumble around this, but I just get like 2 times has been these discussions, and I think like it's just no part of the decision making, and this is what we want in the council as priority, where how equity plays into this decision making.
Mayor, if I may, so the South Shoreline specific plan, which includes a portion of this area, when we outreach to young people that participated in Y Plan, many of the young people that live in the Central Core had indicated they hadn't been to the shoreline. And so that's why we had Richmond High School participate when we launched the ferry service to demonstrate to young people that we want them to access the parks on the shoreline, that we want them to access the ferry service, and to create that connectivity from different portions of our city and to make our shoreline more accessible to all. And so that was a part of the South Shoreline specific plan. And in addition to that, the transit locations that are there in Point Richmond, my understanding is also, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but the bus service that connects many people who work in Richmond to Marin utilizes these, can utilize these stops that staff are proposing to augment and provide a better situated bus stop, so people are not sort of, right now people are standing like on a curb, so to speak, versus like they don't really have a place to stand if they're trying to access the bus service there. And so one of the things that we've been trying to do is to make sure that people who are in Richmond and choosing to work in Marin County do have good access to transportation, because that is also regionally based on the transportation conversations we've been having, is that we do see a heavy commute from Richmond to Marin on various modes of transportation.
Councilmember Robinson?
Yeah, so I'm just going to go over what the project locations are.
I can wait.
Okay.
Just go over where the project locations are. So part of and I would imagine that the most of the money for this project are going to be going into these lengths of road where we're going to be doing the cycle track and other things, and that the bus stops are a minor part of the funding. That's my assumption. You can correct me if I'm wrong. But so this is South Girard Boulevard in front of the park between where the Mechanics Bank is and, kind of near to the plunge, in front of the plunge on West Richmond Avenue, and on Tewksbury. I never know how to pronounce that. Tewksbury, thank you. Along that road, and that's where you're talking about where the bus stop is. And so this is clearly in Point Richmond. If you're traveling, to get one of the buses that go to Marin, they come down Cutting Boulevard. There's many stops down Cutting Boulevard. So if you live on the south side, you're probably not going to go all the way to Point Richmond to get on the bus. You're probably going to come out and catch a bus that's along that route for the 72M or for some other bus, Marin bus. And so I'm not really seeing the argument around that this is some kind of critical corridor for people going to work that particular bus stop. They'll be served by this project. It's nice. It's better than having people stand in the street. But I guess what I'm really trying to bring up is that I feel like we're missing a process in our public works process where we consider the needs of all neighborhoods when we're applying for grants, when we're focusing and applying funds and resources. Again, I'm a cyclist. I think this would help people get over the bridge easier. It would deal with some of the community complaints that had to do with putting the cycle track in. I think that's all great. And I think that there's a bicycle plan that spans the whole city and all different, many projects in there. And I would not like to see because this is funds that come every year, correct? It's an annual grant? No, it's not an annual grant. How often does these funds come?
Yeah, and I think also, Councilmember Robinson, we did just receive the DOT grant for 9.5. That's in a different area of town. So I think, isn't this 200, what is the dollar amount?
200,000-ish.
Yeah, so it's 200,000-ish. Usually, we have had a hard time from the presentations, you all know that AC Transit, they don't build bus shelters. So if we're gonna have bus shelters in town, that means we're gonna have to get grant funding to provide them or funding through the general fund.
So my question though is like, don't we need bus shelters in other places where people who are highly dependent upon the bus would need a shelter? I feel like this is not the most needed place where people are using the bus every day because that's their only form of transportation.
Right,
Like,
your point is well taken that it's a
locations.
regional. Yeah, your point is well taken that it's a regional, it's a regionally accessible location. But I think if we look at, the 150 grants that we have for about 250 million, most of our grants are focused in the central core. And so I do want to acknowledge that yes, this is a situation where this is in Point Richmond, but the majority of our grants are focused in the central core. And so if the city council would like staff, the application is due on the 30th, to look at another opportunity and see if we could bring it back on the 28th. We can certainly do that. I just, there is once we have identified a known issue, especially with the sidewalk, we do try to address it, but we're happy to move forward as directed by the council.
So I think it's a little late to probably change the grant direction, but I would like a process going forward that considers other things when we're going to be putting money into things and when we're going to be applying for grants. I feel like I don't want to have this conversation again on the next grant, or again, we're not serving the communities that I think need it more than, just.
Yeah, I think
when I look at people waiting
understood.
for the Marin bus, they're waiting over by the gas stations at Harbor Way and Cutting. They're waiting, they're waiting in other places. So I feel like we need to look at this differently and not be back in the same place next time. I mean, there's a lot of work that needs to be done on the Greenway. There's things that, they're supposed to be a part of the Greenway plan, but there's elements and areas along the Greenway that are serving people in the community that need repair, that need other things. It's hard for me to see, more and more money going into an area that is not serving the most underserved, and not say something.
Thank you. Councilmember Bana?
Thank you. I would like to echo the concern because if you look at the bike map for my district, you don't see a road. You see a segment because then it's unincorporated area. It's city of San Pablo, and I've asked the city repeatedly, at least make the maps continuous so it gives you an image what's available. And I don't know how, but I expect the Public Works to collaborate with county, city of San Pablo. There's got to be something under MTC especially that can be done. So as it was said, the more bikers we have, even in Point Richmond, the more critical mass is built for biking. The more it promotes it, even if people come from outside the city. I think it's a good thing, benefits our food businesses and everything. So overall, I have nothing against it. It's just hopefully expanded to other areas. Only two concerns I have. So one, it's not a part of this agenda item, so I'm not going to say anything. I just urge you to please, by next year, if you have a staff and time, and resources, bring a bike map and your plans for it of the city of Richmond to the council. My concern is traffic safety with bike maps and road capacity for evacuation. I do receive complaints, and I sent you an email about it. I have not received a response. Just to keep that in the project design and implementation. And thank you for the great, overall, I think it's good. It's just not enough. We need more of this in an equitable way. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Cepeda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Chavarria, thank you for bringing this forward. We met right before the council meeting, and I think one of the things that we should be looking at a lot is getting that community input. And from our brief meeting, I understand it's the timing, but I would also like to see equity. I would also like to see just getting more community input. Some people love bike lanes, some people don't like them as much. Some people want more everywhere. I know that Point Richmond Neighborhood Council likes bike lanes, but not necessarily everywhere where they at. Even this plan, as I mentioned earlier, I think that they would like to see if this was to move forward. They want to see some changes. And it's just things that we talked about. But I just want to bring forward as well that, again, more community input, that equity piece as well. And a question, why do we think that this particular project has a higher chance of us obtaining the grant? What makes this one more special than another one somewhere else?
Well, first of all, we thought that we were following the city council's direction to complete and execute the plans that the city has already spent time and resources on. This is the Richmond Ferry to Bridge to Greenway Complete Street Plan from January 2021. It's one of the attachments in the staff reports. And this is one section that, as we have more than 80 CIP projects going on, this is one that we can, okay, this is a grant that applies to that. We don't have to use general fund. We can use general fund in other areas of the city. We can make an advancement with that, especially with the community input that has been requested to us since we joined the city. And it's one check that we can keep going with the other projects. And it makes sense to apply for this project, existing CIP project, that the City Council has approved, because it has the best chance to get these additional funds. Again, it's $213,000 that the city doesn't need to touch their pocket to spend. So, and we can utilize part of it to do that community outreach that has been requested by some neighborhood council to bring back to the community. So, we thought, well, it's a low-hanging fruit. It's something that it was a very short window, right? If I'm not mistaken, starting in November, and it closes at the end of this month. But we can apply to other locations, but the chances to get this funding in other locations are lower because since there's already the precedent that we already received funds for this specific project, the same type of funds, it's very likely that we'll have the best chances to get it right now. And it's going to be a very competitive process because the amount that the county has is very limited. But again, this is not the hill I'm planning to die on. If the city council wants to not to apply,
Yeah, we're happy not to apply. If there's,
we can
like,
focus
we
in
have
other
enough problems.
projects as well.
Thank you. And we don't want any hills that you die on, so definitely not. So thank you for that. But I would like to see, I mean, if we do move this agenda forward, I would like to see future items where we do look at other parts. I can share that I met with one of the MCC directors, and she said that if Richmond was to apply, they will definitely be looking very strongly at other ways to connect our bike lanes, our bridge, our streets all around. So they are open to other funding. So let me know if there's anything that I can do to help. I have the contact now, and I can help looking at connecting other parts of our city as well.
And I want to remind the public also that we have the CIP dashboard, a capital improvement plan program dashboard, that you can see the map of the entire city, and you can see all the projects that are happening, are ongoing right now. Not every project is going to happen at the same time. Not every project is going to qualify for the same type of funds. Some projects definitely are going to require more general fund than others. Some projects have different grants. So you can see geographically where all the projects are being distributed as well.
Thank you, thank you. No more questions for now, thank you.
Councilmember Wilson?
So I'm learning a lot from the discussion here, so I appreciate the insights that people are sharing. I was in the audience for the conversation about the capital improvement project, that presentation, and one of the things that I think came out of that is kind of similar to a point that Councilmember Robinson and others and Councilmember Jimenez have said, which is a real need for a process for prioritizing which project gets done first and which project is the focus of things that takes into account equity and need and things like that, and not just who's like best organized to ask for things, which I'm not saying is necessarily the case what's happened here, but I think that's a really serious consideration in sort of deciding where to focus our attention. That said, it seems to me that we're close to the deadline on this. In general, I like to see more of these sorts of projects get done. And so to me, at this point, it seems like we're really deciding whether to do it or not do it. There's not really an opportunity to reevaluate what part of the city we put it in. So for me, I'm inclined to go forward with it, just because to me, it's good to have these sorts of projects done. But I want to echo my concern. I'm sharing the same concern as others that I don't know what the process should be, but I think I would like to be part of more conversations about how we decide this is the area we focus on versus that one.
And just to clarify, these funds that we're applying, they're not enough to build, but they're going to allow us to do the community outreach, engage with a consultant, a design consultant, and start our process. Then, yes, we will be applying for other grants for the construction, but we are a few months, or many months away from that to start.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Robinson.
Yeah, so that little bit of more information tells me that we're still going to be in a process of investing even more money in this project because it's just for design and community engagement. So we're going to be back doing more work. I'm not going to stand in the way of this project. I think that it's too late to change it to something else. I took it off of consent because I've really wanted to bring it to the attention of all the council members. I do feel like we do have an issue that we need to address in terms of how we prioritize projects, because once you start moving forward on them, it's not just a single thing, it's a commitment over a period of time in order to move it through all the phases of construction through completion. And it means you're committing years in a particular area, and you can't commit to all areas at once. And so I do feel like, again, that I don't want to make a motion that's going to assign more work, but I think we have a missing piece of our process where we need to make sure that equity is included and that we're prioritizing things so that all of our different areas are getting the resources that they need. And especially if we identify something like it's hard to fund bus stops, then we need to make a special effort around that to identify what that need is and make sure, and identify where people are using the bus and then make that a priority to address that need in the places where they're using it the most as a concerted effort. So I just feel like, I don't want to sit here and make a motion that's going to make more work and then everybody gets upset. But I want to make clear that I feel like we have a hole in our process and that there's a need to have an equity lens here and a need to identify where we should be working in a prioritized way. I would love to hear from you how we address that. It's not just on whatever project is moving forward. If it was mentioned in the plan, that's good. That's a good place to start, but it feels like it's not enough.
I think we can start by creating a map of all the projects and funding by district, so then the council can be aware of like what projects are in different states, if that would be helpful for the council, because we get a lot of complaints from all the districts about projects that they would like move forward. Like some people really love the Key and Barrett, and then I'm getting other people who don't, right? So it's like every time we move forward with a project, we get some positives and some negatives. And so when I get those emails, if the council members are not copied on them, I try to let the council member know that we get inquiries. But I definitely feel like from staff, this is a great problem to have, that we have an opportunity to continue to invest in infrastructure, but staff I feel like are being criticized either way. Either we're doing too much, people don't like the bike lanes, or we're not doing enough bike lanes, or the roundabout is too big or it's too small. And so it is a constant iterative process. And I do think that having more data can help inform the council priorities. And then if the council wants to come up with a specific rubric, we offered some input before on how the council may want to think about having staff operationalize equity. But if the council wants to provide more guidance on that for staff, I think that would be really helpful. And then that way we can use a specific rubric regarding equity to apply for grants. And then that way people can feel like they understand the consistency in the process moving forward.
Can I just make, because I was trying to make a point, and I think that it got kind of sidetracked a little bit on what my point was. Can I clarify?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry. I know it's late. So I want to make it clear that it's not just about how many projects are happening in what location, but it's about who's being served and how effectively they are being served. So it's great that we're creating a bus stop, but is that the best place and location? Is that where the most people who ride the bus need a bus stop? You know, and if it isn't, then it's not that we necessarily don't do that if it's a part of this other project, but is there a need for a bus stop project that actually addresses the places where people who depend on the bus use the bus? You know, and so I feel like there's a deeper question that is not about district, it's not about whatever, but it's about use. Who is using what, where, what are the needs where? And I'm not sure that our current mechanisms are prioritizing things so that we're getting the services to the people who need them most.
I agree, and I think having a criteria that the council agrees upon on how to do that would be really helpful.
This plan was passed January 2021. It was approved by the council. So I was on the council then, so I take responsibility for this being passed. And maybe in 2020, because that's when we probably had the conversation, I wasn't as focused on equity as I should have been. But when it comes right down to how we move forward, it's in our hands. It's what we decide as a council. So I know the council changes, and even the council itself, when it's the same people, it changes. We see things differently, and we want to move differently. So I thank the staff for following the will of the council, even though the will of the council, you know, is changing. And so it must make it very, very difficult for you to do your job. But I do agree that we need to focus on equity, and I've always been pushing for shelters on Carlson, you know, because there's a lot of communities on Carlson who use those bus stops and use them a lot. And yet, you know, when it's rainy, they have to stay out there on the side of Carlson with umbrellas. So equity is important, and I think it's upon us as council members to advocate for the people that we believe need to have these services.
If I may, staff agrees completely with the comments, because we are facing also another challenge that is in past years, There have been a list of unfunded projects, a list that is more than 40 projects, that we don't know exactly how they came up, and they probably had justification at that point, at that time, and probably you can justify it still today. But if we keep focusing on them and keep adding other projects as we go, without a process that analyzes every single project and with its merit, and it's not a process that happens in one day or in 1 week. It's a process that takes a while, and if it has to be decided how new projects are going to be added to the capital improvement program. Because already we have 86, and as I said, I mean, the city manager just commented on a map, and the map exists, it's a CIP dashboard. You can filter it by district and how much funds are in each district in terms of project, how many projects per district. And this is something that it's been inherited, it's a legacy to the new city council and to the new staff. But moving forward, as you said, Mr. Mayor, new projects, what's going to be the process? Is it going to be a list? Who's going to propose those projects? Is it going to be only the city council members? Is it going to be staff? Is it going to be residents? The more we open it, the more ideas we're going to have, and then we'll have a list of 2,000 projects that the city council will have to narrow to a specific amount based on a specific criteria. But it's something that, as a staff, we need it, and not only Public Works, we need to have that process established so new projects are basically vetted by the entire city council, and they have a scope and they have a budget.
So I'm wondering, how many projects are on the list, but they haven't been considered in terms of planning or you know, how many projects on the list haven't started the process?
Well, we have 86 projects that the city council has approved that have budget. Some of them may have some gaps that every time we identify that, we bring it to city council that has commitments with grantors, that have commitments with the community that are part of the plan that the city council approved in the past and in the end. Yes, it was a different city council at the time, but imagine this is 4 years ago. 4 years from now, maybe the city council is completely different. And if every time the city council changes, we're going to eliminate past plans, it's a bad precedent to set. But then, on top of those 86, we have a list of, I don't have it on top of my head, but it's around 40 projects that have been in a legacy list with no funding, no specific description of the scope, no specific who brought it up, why, right? No strong justification, but they're there. It was approved by the city council in the past as unfunded projects, and it's on the books. And then, almost every city council meeting, we have 2 or 3 new projects created on the spot. And so how is going to be the process to basically follow those type of criteria that the city council established?
Yeah, so what I'm wondering is, the projects that you said that we have no idea who came up with them, and there's not, they're basically just names of projects. Wouldn't it be wise for you to bring it to the council so the council can decide whether or not it's something we believe should be moved forward?
We did that.
Yeah, we can do that. We did it last meeting, but the focus of that presentation in November was not that, but we show a list that we can do it.
And Mayor,
yes.
I just wanted to make sure that the council, since this is an MTC grant, Metropolitan Transportation Commission, they focus on regional serving projects because they're a regional body. And so I do want to just highlight that staff is not cherry picking a project to not have an equity lens, but to think about, like, how do we have a project that would be compelling based on the grant criteria and based on what that body funds. And so sometimes those things may conflict with the preference of the council in terms of focus. So we're happy to have additional study sessions during mid-year and through the budget process if the council would like us to have more of a sustained focus on non-regional projects. And then when these sorts of opportunities come up, when we wouldn't focus on applying for MTC funds as an example. Because they're not, MTC funds in this instance are not designed, just like when you had the previous presentation that there were concerns about, they're designed to focus on regional serving because it's a regional funding source.
Right, understood. Councilmember Jimenez?
Yeah, thank you. I think the large conversation, this is something that is brought here. There is no that much time, so I'm tending to support it, but it's just the conversation here is concerning in a way that what seems to me that is a lack of really have a prioritization that takes into consideration uses, equity, and many other things to support the people who need it the most is lacking in the CIP. And we have been asking to do that for many, many times. And I think this is I don't want to see another set of 86 projects here for supporting a CIP budget this fiscal year. I think what it needs to happen is that we start a conversation right now about how we want the process of the capital improvement plan budget to be and how I think we need to kind of clean up that and bring the projects that we really need to put there, like the sewage in Parkchester or other things that hasn't been there, but I just feel like if we start this conversation just right when we are going to approve the budget, then we are going to have this discussion about other projects again and again and again. So what we are asking is a matrix where all these projects are there. What is the prioritization that we have? What are the plans that they are attached to? We have been asking that many times. What are the plans that
It's in the
bike?
it's just
like a matrix.
We did try to have that conversation. So we're happy to schedule another study session. We've tried to have that conversation. I think that we have 2 new council members on board now, so it's an opportune time for us to revisit and try to get some more guidance. But there was not consensus the last time we brought an item forward regarding the criteria. And so I think we welcome the opportunity to have a conversation and get some additional direction.
I believe that the presentation that Daniel Chavarria presented about projects was an attempt to set up a matrix. I believe that that's the direction that we're moving into, and I hope you're still working on it.
We are working on it, yes.
And this idea of, there's emergencies, they come up, they have to be dealt with. But for us to continually come up with projects in council, sometimes on concern for our communities and not really an emergency, I think continues this process of cherry picking and putting items on that doesn't really fit into a matrix that would be equitable for all communities and for the people who are most in need. You know, and once again, I will say shelters on Carlson.
Just one final point. I just wanted to say that, you know, again, I'm not going to stand in the way of this project. I hope that moving forward, we can have another way of assessing the grants that we go for, and according to, that's guided more by values and not only opportunity. And probably do need to assess some of those legacy projects that we don't really know why they're there, and ask the question of whether or not they still need to be there. And then finally, just make the point that there's more than one regional trail in Richmond, and that we should be applying for MTC money. We just need to understand what all of the opportunities are. I mean, I think that Key Boulevard is a regional trail. I think there's a number of regional trails, bike lane, bike area trails, and that, you know, to act like there's only one and the only place we can do that is in Point Richmond is false. And I think that there's improvements that we can make in a number of different areas, you know, that are regional access trails. So I just want to be honest about that. And as we go forward, if we can make like a process so that we're covering more areas, that would be great.
I believe that we're all in agreement, and I will call to question.
I can just make a motion.
Aye.
We haven't had public speakers.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We have one online speaker.
Okay, we have Bruce Baer. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
My name is Bruce Byard. I'm the chair of Track Trails for Richmond Action Committee. The Richmond Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee voted to support applying for this grant. It's really critical. It's the last high priority project to implement the Ferry to Bridge to Greenway Complete Streets Plan. The city has completed a protected bikeway from the Richmond Greenway down Garrard to this location. They've also completed protected bikeway and pedestrian improvements from the ferry terminal to this location in Point Richmond on Garrard. This is the gateway not only to the Richmond-San Bridge Trail, but also the Point Malati Trail, which will be under construction hopefully later this year. Residents of the neighborhood, the Santa Fe neighborhood, the Iron Triangle, the Annex, the Richmond Greenway, all utilize the Bay Trail improvements already made to get to this gateway to Point Richmond. This will allow them to more safely get through Point Richmond to the Point Malati Trail and Richmond-San Rafael Bridge. Moreover, residents of Point Richmond, those shopping there, will find it much safer to walk and bicycle in the community. During the last 5 years since opening the Richmond-San Rafael Bridge, there have been over 430,000 bicycle and pedestrian trips across the bridge, and virtually all of those have gone through Point Richmond. There's really a compelling need both regionally and locally for Richmond residents to make these pedestrian bicycle improvements in Point Richmond. Finally, the city already has $447,000 in grants for this project, and some of them go date back 3 years. If they don't proceed with it, there's a very serious risk that they're going to lose the existing grant funds dedicated to this project. Thank you for your time. Be glad to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. And that was the last public speaker.
Okay, call the question.
May I make a motion?
Yes.
So I'll make a motion to move forward with this with a slight amendment to it, to add that we would have community meetings and involvement, and then for any future grants to make sure that we're looking at equity before applying for additional funds for any other projects.
I second it.
Vice Mayor Cepeda,
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson,
Yes.
Councilmember Bonner,
Yes.
Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
and Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous. Our last item is reports of officers, referrals to staff, and general reports, including AB 1234 reports, Limited to 2 minutes per council member.
Anyone? Councilmember Cepeda? Vice Mayor
Thank you,
Cepeda.
Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to just put out there, attended this yesterday, actually, the MLK wonderful community event. I also saw various other council members there as well. And today we had the Canet Cuba art exhibit. We had several community members come out and take a look at the art in the council chamber. So if you haven't had a chance to look at it, come on out and take a look at the art before it gets put away for a couple of years. The art exhibit will be going through at least mid next month. And this Wednesday, tomorrow, is the Rosie Dinner event at 5 o'clock, and then the Snowball event on Saturday for anyone that wants to attend those events. That is it for my reports for now. Thank you.
Councilmember Robinson.
Hi, everybody. I wanted to give a report back from my new appointment as representative for Richmond City Council on the Green Empowerment Zone. So the Green Empowerment Zone is a meeting of a lot of city mayors, council people, state representatives, representatives from labor, representatives from industry who are looking at what we can do to bring green sustainable businesses to Contra Costa County as a whole, working with the UC Berkeley's Labor Center, and coming up with a comprehensive plan to attract specific types of industries to the region, using the UC Berkeley Labor Center as a clearinghouse for corporations or other companies who want to come to this area and who are looking for specific size sites with specific attributes. So they're going to be able to direct people to a clearinghouse list of such sites in different cities, and hopefully connect those people with people within the Economic Development Department so they can help kind of secure these new businesses to their regions. It's a really impressive group of people who are working. It's a big group of people, maybe over 20 or 30 folks from across the county. And I think that the most profound things that were kind of said in that group, because I usually only hear it from kind of just transition activists, is that over the next 5 to 10 years, they expect the 5 refineries in Richmond to be 2.
I'm sorry, say it again.
Over the next 5 to 10 years, they expect the 5 refineries to be narrowed down, downsized to 2 in Contra Costa County. And that they were looking at the impacts of key findings from the Marathon Martinez study. That basically said that 26% of workers were still unemployed after 1 year following the layoff, 24% average wage cut for workers who secured new employment, 81% of workers affected were homeowners, 82% chose not to relocate, just 28% of workers stayed in fossil fuels. The primary industries refinery workers moved into were utilities, chemical treatment, manufacturing. 1/3 of workers reported falling behind financially following the layoff. 32% of workers took enough early retirement withdrawals, selling their cars, spending down savings, cutting back on expenses like their children's activities. 91% of workers were willing to enroll in a training program, but they would like to see those programs subsidized with clean pathway to new employment at the end. So it's just such an important body of work in this moment of time. We see something coming. We see an industry transition coming, and there is much work to be done to make sure that we can meet that challenge. I find that this is really interesting because these are not radicals. These are congressmen, these are mayors, these are people represented from the different unions, the steam fitters and others, who are at this table saying these things out loud and trying to make a plan. So I'm going to be bringing back news from those tables, and hopefully Richmond will be kind of a part of this plan for the future. Thank you.
Anyone else? Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you to Faith in Action, Reimagining Richmond, the Contra Costa Public Defender's Office, Immigration, and thank you, Councilmember Robinson, for meeting today with our immigrant activist community to really look into how we are going to protect, particularly our undocumented community here in Richmond. Because we have a federal threat that is just really in office. So we will be working with them in many different fronts. They are going to be some trainings to like know your rights training for community who wants to know more about what their rights are, but also for community members who are not undocumented, as like we had the privilege of being citizen, not have that fear, but how we can be in solidarity and support our undocumented community that now isn't really is afraid. We will be also looking into working in collaboration with Chief of Police, Visa French, and bringing back an item agenda to direct city attorney to strengthen our sanctuary policies to make sure that we have everything in the box to protect our community here in Richmond, to feel safe, to feel protected, and to feel that they belong in this community. Thank you.
Councilmember Wilson.
I was pleased to attend the neighborhood council meeting of the East Shore neighborhood, and they were a very wonderful group that talked about a number of issues that they're concerned about. The two that are maybe top of the list are better alternatives for the homeless, the unhoused population that is currently living. There's folks living alongside the railroad tracks that go through their neighborhood, and obviously they would like to have better alternatives for those folks. And also, obviously, the continued safety problems that we have on Carlson Avenue, which cuts right through the neighborhood.
Councilmember Bana.
Thank you. So I would like to report on my activity on WICTAC when I was representing the city of Richmond a year ago. I brought up the question about transportation, that they are designing all the roads and spending so much budget, Caltrans and MTC, but they never questioned the road capacity with regards to population density. It should be proportional, so evacuations would happen in a timely manner to save lives. Finally, WICTAC got the idea and conveyed it to CCTA and then went to MTC. Long story short, Caltrans has approved a budget of $1.5 million for a county-wide evacuation plan. And CCTA is adding around $0.2 million to it, total of $1.7 budget for a countywide transportation, countywide evacuation plan. I reached out to our fire chief and police chief and also our county fire marshal to make sure they have an active role in it, because it shouldn't be just the CCTA running the project. They have the most expertise, and I hope they will be active in it, and I hope I'll be representing the city of Richmond in WICTAC again, so I can also be active with the steering committee to make sure the outcome of it are actionable items that benefit our community, especially in West Contra Costa, because it's one of the most underprivileged in the entire county and most dangerous with regards to wildfire safety and in need of evacuation. Previously, we had suggested an evacuation traffic analysis to measure X, and Confire accepted to spend $500,000 on it. But because this is going through, that project is canceled, so this countywide plan will go through for evacuation analysis. And along the line of emergency preparation, I'm glad to inform you there will be an emergency communication ham radio class at Booker T. Anderson on February 1st. I urge you to sign up for that. If you need more information, please feel free to reach out to me, and I'll put it out on social media. Yeah, and I just wanted to thank Officer Ross and the police department for a ride along that I had. It was very informative and insightful. I learned a lot about traffic safety. I also learned about the person behind the badge and how they go from an incident where an infant just died, for example, to a minor traffic accident, bumper to bumpers, and the shift of mood, they have no time for it, how emotionally it could be taxing on them, and they have to keep their friendly conduct to our residents. The only thing is that it was not in my neighborhood. I was randomly assigned to Beat 7, so hopefully in the future I'll get a chance to go to my own district, Beat 9. Thank you.
Thank you. Any others? If not, then this meeting is adjourned. Good night.